against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. A day yesterday that the Leewards can be very proud of. They ended the day at 299 for the loss of 6 wickets, having faced out 91 overs. The star batsman for the Leewards yesterday, not Jeremiah, but his brother, Michael Louis, who was LBW to Promall after his maiden first-class 113, which lasted until the score was 240. He was the 5th person to get out. With me again today is Earl Smithen. Good morning, Earl. Another lovely day here at Warner Park in Bastia.
Yes, Carlisle, good morning, and good morning to all of yours. Another lovely day. And we were blessed with good weather yesterday. And we had a full day's play. And in fact, the Guyanese team, they bowled their overs well as we look at one of the 2 tourist ships in the harbor down there at Port Zante, Carlisle.
Hey, you missed one. There are actually 3. There is one which is 2 are on the original main pier, and then there's a 3rd.
Original main pier. It depends on what you mean by original main pier, because
come on, Earl. This is the newer pier that the Icon was docked at.
Actually, it's not the original. I mean, we would have had a pier there earlier on, years ago.
Did it have cruise ships?
No, but...
Exactly. So we are talking about cruise and the cruise industry. So I'm talking about the original cruise ship pier.
Yeah, okay, fair enough, because there's also another pier there at the port where the ferries from Nevis and other vessels dock. So I was just keeping you honest. But nevertheless, we expect a good day's play here today. Of course, the Leeward Islands in a very good position, 299 for 6 from some 91 overs. And what was good yesterday, Carlisle, was the fact that the Guyana team, they were able to get through their 90 overs in good time. In fact, they got through with time to spare, and they bowled the extra over. And at one point, it looked as though they could have gotten an extra 2 or so overs, but having achieved the 90 overs, they were not in any real hurry to bowl additional overs. But a brilliant century yesterday by young Michael Louis, and we also had a very good knock by Jamal Hamilton, who got 77. And Cornwall is there is looking good. He's timing the ball well, and he has been scoring quickly. And of course, Guyana would be hoping that they could get rid of Cornwall very quickly today, because once he stays there, Carlisle, we know that he's going to get runs and get them very quickly. And he is a very destructive batsman, capable of really tearing any attack apart.
So if you missed the play yesterday, as the players go out on the field to join the umpires who are already there, we'll tell you that Kofi James was caught at the wicket of Ali Mohammed for 12, 33 for 1. Carty was out caught by Ali Mohammed off Sinclair for 13, 64 for 2. At lunch it was 90 for 2 with Ward on 13 and Louis on 44. And then after lunch, Ward was LBW to Ali Mohammed for 23 at 120 for 3. Andrew didn't last long in his first game. He was caught by Promall off Adams for no score, 121 for 4. And then at tea it was 199 for 4, Hamilton 47, and Louis was on 87. Louis was the next to go, LBW to Promall for 113 at 240 for 5. Hamilton was caught by Sinclair off Cadogan for 77, 291 for 6. And at the end, Cornwall was not out on 39, and Jeremiah Louis was with him on 3, 299 for 6, the Leewards. The bowling for Guyana, Cadogan picked up 1 for 15 from only 5 overs, which he sent down yesterday. Ali Mohammed, 2 for 49 from 15 overs and 3 balls. The 3 balls occasioned by the fact that Thorne went off after delivering 11 overs and 3 balls and none for 32. Sinclair 1 for 66 from 13, roughly treated yesterday. Permal 1 for 54 from 29. And so the Guyana bowlers really had to toil yesterday, but they did it manfully. The Leewards 299 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Don, of course, is back out there. He's on the field, so obviously he was probably just suffering from some cramps. Of course, they had a long day in the field yesterday. It was hot. He had a fairly long extended spell. I think he would have bowled some 10 overs in his original burst. And when he was brought back from the media center end, he certainly seemed to have suffered from some cramps. So he seems to be pretty okay today. And of course, the pick of the bowlers yesterday was Ali Mohammed, who picked up some 2 wickets, and he would be starting today, Carlisle. But Guyana would be hoping that they can pick up some quick wickets and restrict the Leewards.
And it's a fairly new ball as it comes in, bowls to Louis, who is driving out on the offside, no runs. So play has started.
Louis, of course, in good form. Scored 45 in the first match and was the last batsman to get out in the match against the West Indies Academy. And of course, Cornwall, who came in at number 7 in this innings, he is looking good. Of course, he's not taking any sharp singles, but nevertheless, he has been keeping the scoreboard going.
As we take a look around the region from day 1 of this round of matches, we already updated you on the Leeward Islands score, so let's go to the game with Trinidad and Tobago and the Academy. Academy were bowled out for 163. At close, Trinidad and Tobago were 128 for 3. And in the game, the Barbados Pride against the Windwards, Barbados Pride were 214 all out. The Windwards 123 for no loss. Shout for LBW that's apparently sliding down, and umpire Ramdini is quick to say no.
Well, we'll have a look at it. You said sliding down, but we'll see in a while. Carla, there's a bit of cloud just ahead of us, just in front of us, to the south of us.
No threat, looks to be sliding down west.
Yes, certainly. As a tanker goes, well, an Ocean Liner looks like a car boat leaving St. Kitts. Of course, we are situated here in the media center which was named after C.A. Paul Southwell. And of course, Carlisle, you would know the history of C.A. Paul Southwell, former Premier of St. Kitts Nevis, originally from Dominica. And he died suddenly in the Windwards. I think it might have been in St. Lucia while in office.
300 comes up for the Leewards, a short delivery by Ali Mohammed. And he was into his wicket very quickly, Jeremiah Louis, and swung it down backward of square and picked up a lovely boundary. So he has opened his account for the morning. He moves to 7. And at the end of over number 1, the Leewards are 303 for the loss of 6.
Very good shot indeed there by Jeremiah Louis. And he's in good form. And he played that one well, kept it down, and the ball was 3 for 4. And as I was saying, Carlisle, some people wonder why name a cricket center after Paul Southwell, but He was very much involved in cricket here in St. Kitts too. He, in fact, did some radio commentaries.
To complete the round of matches, I should tell you that Jamaica versus the combined campuses and colleges, 260 for 7. Jonathan Carter, 108 not out.
Well, the perennial Jonathan Carter, of course, he would have played for the West Indies, he would have played for Barbados, and now with the CCC, and doing well, getting 100. And of course, we had Mohammed, who has been in the Trinidad squad for quite some time. There was a clarion call by Darren Gang at one point to get rid of some of the older players in the Trinidad team, Mohammed included, but he got 100 in the first round.
Cadogan is bowling from the far end, punched nicely into the offside by this big man from Antigua, Raheem Cornwall, and goes down to the cover boundary for 4. The early ease with which he stood up to his full height and just punched it sweetly to the boundary.
Yes, well timed there by Cornwall. And the man, Chandra Paul, who is on the boundary sweeping, he's more in a cover point position. And he had quite some running to do to his right, the ball going into the cover boundary, but well timed there by Cornwall. And this is typical Cornwall, Carlisle.
Yeah, pitched up. He was to the pitch, the full pitch of it, had that left leg there, and as you look at it again, got to the pitch of the delivery and just spanked it over the fielder who is at mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. He has raced to 47.
Yes, and Cornwall is not one of the easiest batsmen to bowl to. I would suggest that the bowlers, they need to be just short of a good length and on about center and off stump. But if you go up in his half, he's going to hit you over the top. If you go too short, he's going to pull you or slap you through the offside. So he's not one of the easiest bowlers to bowl to, especially when he's in that sort of mood.
Guinea's captain, they have already made a concession. One of the slips has disappeared. He has gone to straightish mid-wicket, and mid-on has gone to long on.
Of course, there's also cover point right back on the boundary. There's a long off, so they're looking to save the boundaries here. And they know that Cornwall could find the boundary quite easily. And he's not afraid to go over the top. That's one of the good things about Cornwall. You know, he does not leave you in doubt. When he's looking to go over the top, he's going to hit it over the top.
Four leg byes. Leeward scoring very quickly this morning. Score has moved on to 311 for 6.
Yes, and this is not what Guyana would have hoped for. This is a fairly new ball. And so far, the opening bowlers, Cadogan in particular, they've been expensive. They're conceding runs, and now we are the 4 leg byes, probably coming from the hip of Cornwall and going down to a very straight fine leg boundary for 4. So Leeward's really advancing the score rather briskly.
Earl, there's a fielder at long leg, deep backward square on the boundary, long on, long off, and down sweeping on the cover point boundary.
Yes, field flung far and wide. And we just have the 4 fielders plus the wicketkeeper in close proximity. Just a slip and a gully. So looking to save the boundaries, Guyana. Already it's a very good score on the board, 315 for 6. And I'm pretty certain that it will not be long before we probably see spin bowlers into the attack for Guyana.
23 extras in the 93 overs that have been bowled, and the Leewards starting well this morning, 315 for 6. Cornwall is on 47. Jeremiah Louis is on 7.
And Cornwall certainly has rushed to 47. He started on 39 this morning, and so far he has struck a couple of boundaries, and he has quickly moved to 47. And we have also
on my way out of the park yesterday, I saw no other than shotgun Luther Kelly. Good morning, Luther. And I want to express condolences. I understand that one of his sisters passed. So condolences to former Leeward's player, Luther Kelly, the passing of his sister.
Well, my condolences also to Luther Kelly, a retired police inspector. He's been retired for a number of years now. And served as a police inspector, got to the rank of inspector, in fact. And as he said, shotgun Luther Kelly. A gentleman who you see quite regularly at Carlisle. He's enjoying his retirement. We have seen each other quite regularly, and we have spoken, and, you know, like myself, enjoying retirement. Of course, Luther Kelly got involved in umpiring, and he would have done so at Leeward Islands level, local level. In fact, I think at one point he was the chairman of the St. Kitts Umpire Association. A very versatile sportsman, very good at football and table tennis. But Carlisle, speaking of Luther Kelly, you know, over the years here in St. Kitts Nevis, there's been some very good battles between St. Kitts and Nevis in local cricket and in Leeward Islands cricket. And of course, you had the Berridge Howell Trophy, and that used to create a lot of excitement in the years gone by.
Definitely so, and we're so happy to again remind the people that the Berridge Howell will return in 2024. Matches are slated for July 28th and August 4th, both in Nevis. And these will be a part of the Culturama 50th anniversary program.
Of course, we would invite our producer back down for the Culturama 50th program.
Short delivery, and you would think for a minute that this was the batsman Mickey Louis. He was swiveling inside his wicket on the back foot and hooked it, such a lovely shot, down forward of square and across the boundary for 4. As you look at it again, great transfer of weight, and he hit it from the middle of the bat. It has gone all the way down close to the football field, which is next door. And the Leewards moved to 319 for the loss of 6.
Wonderful shot indeed by Michael, of course. And in fact, he would have gotten a century there and a couple of half centuries playing league cricket in England. And he's in good form, and he has shown it. He's shown that he's in good form. And of course, he certainly puts, well, a bit of respectability to the Leeward Islands score in the first innings of the first round. But having said all of that, Trinidad and Tobago, they're really, sorry, it's the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're really under lots of pressure here this morning.
End of the over. 319 for 6, the Leewards, and short bowling doesn't seem to be working on this pitch, Earl. Yesterday, we did see some swing, but the balls were pitched far too short for it to be effective in terms of getting wickets. And when the delivery was pitched up, that is when you saw Hamilton being nicked off.
Yes.
Cadogan from the far end, and he's bowling to the unmistakable figure of Raheem Cornwall, who is on 47.
And the question, Carlisle, is whether or not we'll see Thorne coming on as first change, or whether or not the captain, Anderson, will have to go for a spin bowler. Runs have been coming very quickly, and I think he would like to arrest the hemorrhaging that is taking place here at Warner Park.
Short delivery, just played down forward of square by Cornwall to get his 48th run, and the Leewards moved to 320 for 6.
And of course, yesterday, Carlisle, the spinners would have bowled a high percentage of the overs. Probably somewhere in the region of 2/3 of the overs bowled or more yesterday. I think at one point you would have done some calculation on that. We have Louis defending. Gets a delivery which is short and rising a bit.
59 of the overs that were bowled yesterday were bowled by the spinners, and that's not surprising.
Definitely not. And of course, there were 3 of them in operation. And nevertheless, it was the fast bowler, Ali Mohammed, who was the most successful bowler yesterday. But Carlisle, early this morning, just walking through the park, it was really hot and a bit humid. So it's a very good day for batting as opposed to a good day for bowling.
As usual, day 2 at Warner Park, whatever moisture left over from preparations would have evaporated. And so that has gone. It's another hot day, and the ball seems to be coming onto the bat nicely. I'm sure that these 2 at the pitch, they seem very patient. And why not? Because they have to have in in the forefront of their minds that when they batted first, the first inning for 2024 in first-class cricket was not anything to remember.
But that is true, and we keep wondering why the Leeward Islands batting gets better and better as the season progresses. Some say it's due to preparation or lack of preparation.
You can discount that. This is now a franchise. The team is together for most of the year. It is not like when people like Sir Viv and Livingston, Sargent, and the others played when they were in their separate islands and came together very quickly for a week. They are together now. It's a franchise. That excuse does not wash with me anymore.
Well, I tend to agree with you, and of course, this year in particular, they would have had some practice matches. They went over to Nevis. There was one scheduled to be held in Sankis, but I think that one did not come off. But nevertheless, they would have had some time out there in the middle. And, of course, you know, they always tell you that this is the best form of preparation, time in the middle. So, having said that, Carlisle, what do you think is the reason for the slow start by the Leewards during the regional tournament?
Application. I mean, as an opening batsman, you must be ready to bat. As a batsman, you have to be ready to bat. And you look at the pitch and you say there's a bit of moisture here. The flick of the coin will determine whether you bat or field, so you have to mentally prepare to bat. And just getting in, getting a start, getting out is not good enough. That is your profession.
And having said that, we had a similar conversation with the coach of the Leeward Islands yesterday. He himself being an opening batsman. And he mentioned the fact that when he's playing cricket, he's always prepared to go out and bat because he's an opening batsman. And, he's mentally prepared to go out and bat. And as you rightly said, the task could determine what you do one way or the other. And lots of time we do not have any control over that.
Single to Cornwall to take him on to 49. Leeward's a 321 for 6.
What I like about Cornwall is the nonchalant ease at which he plays his shots, and he certainly times it well, and the ball really races across the ground.
Well, a lot of people focus on his size, but he's a smart cricketer. They miss that when they spend a lot of time telling you how big he is. He's a good thinker of cricket. And you look at him when he's batting and he's in full flow, you realize that.
Certainly, and he has been very successful at regional level, and you cannot be successful if you are not a good thinking cricketer, because over the years, one of the shortcomings of our West Indian cricketers is the mental side of the game. And, so many players, they do have the talent, but in terms of being able to use the brain, that mental aspect is lacking. But
catching practice. Delivery which was short outside the off stump, easy leave alone. And Jeremiah Lewis steered it to the fielder there at slip, and so he has gone.
Yes, that certainly looks like the coach at warm-up for the Leeward Islands giving slip catching practice to the slippers. And another good shot by Jeremiah Louis. Something probably against the run of play. He was batting well, he was looking good. And just hanging the bat out and staring it to slip for a very easy catch. So Guyana drawing getting their first wicket this morning, and they would be happy to see the back of Jeremiah Louis.
Seemed to have just lost his concentration because the ball before, he was in no position to play the shot which he offered, and it went to the keeper, beating his inside edge. And this one, he just went across and steered it to the captain there at slip.
So Jeremiah Louis goes, and that looks like young Cornwall, who's at the crease. Young Hayden Walsh Jr., both of these players from Antigua. Hayden Walsh, left-handed batsman, but very capable batsman also. Cornwall, whose dad would have played a lot of Leeward Islands cricket. In fact, I think he would have played for the Leeward Islands also as an opening batsman. Passed away suddenly years ago. Hayden Walsh Sr. And of course his uncle, Hungry Vaughan Walsh. Very short man, but very quick, very hostile, fast bowler.
Change of bowling at the far end. Thorne comes into the attack.
So 321 for 7 Carlisle. I'm pretty certain that Leeward would be hoping to get in excess of 350, probably get close to 400 runs. But they have lost a crucial wicket, that of Jeremiah Louis. But of course, with Cornwall there, they could get very close to these totals.
Cornwall just seemed a little fidgety over the last 2 overs or so. One delivery from Anderson, he actually charged him and missed.
Yes, and what the Guyanese team has done well is to change the length to Cornwall. They're not going too short, and they're not giving him anything to drive, anything up in the block hole that he could smack over the top. So they're bowling a lot better to him.
And he split the fielders down there at backward square, brings up his half century with a boundary. So he moves to 43 and the Leewards to 325 for the loss of 7. And you notice what the Guyanese team have done. As we look at it on the replay once again, Thorne, a delivery which was short, no real venom, and it was hit backward of square, splitting the fielders down at deep backward square, and the long leg who was gone a lot squarer.
And just as Carlisle, just as I was saying that they were bowling the right link, Thorne decided to go short.
And this one is spanked down to mid-wicket this time and will get close to the boundary. They'll only have a single though.
And there we go again. Another shortish delivery from Thorne. And if he continues to bowl those short deliveries to Cornwall, we could very well see the scoreboard moving briskly along, because Cornwall is going to capitalize on such deliveries. But he played that one right out to the mid-wicket boundary and got a single only. Probably conserving energy. It's a hot day. In defense of Cornwall.
Well, this time he decided that he was going to bowl a fuller length to Hayden Walsh. Maybe they didn't tell him that Walsh hits the ball really well. And he spanked it over long off 1 bounce for 4.
Yes, Thorne certainly didn't get the memo. Hayden Walsh is a very good batsman, and he gives it a good a good thump, yes, thump. He really launches into any bad bowling. Very capable player. So Thorn Orin on the side of a length, they're going a bit too full. And Carlisle, it seems as though the Leewards, they're looking to get as much runs as possible at this point. They're going after the bowling.
You should, but you still have to bat sensibly. I mean, if Leewards get out for less than 400 on this one-apart pitch, they should be kicking themselves.
Incidentally, that was the first delivery Walsh faced, then he struck it for 4.
Short delivery, which is hooking, just short of the fielder down on the long leg boundary, and it bounced just in front of him and then evaded his grasp and went for 4. So the score goes to 334 for 7, with Walsh moving on to 8 and taking on the short bowling.
Well, we could be in for some excitement here, especially if Thorn continues to dig it in. And Walsh is going to play his shots, obviously. He's not going to hang around and die wondering. Leeward's in a very good position at this point. 337 for 4. And
334 for 7, correct?
334 for 7, sorry. And the Leeward's certainly looking to push things on at this point. But they're batting sensibly. The captain, Cornwall, has batted sensibly. And he has not really played any rash shots. He has waited on the bad deliveries that are short and probably up in his half. And he has capitalized. Cornwall is bowled all over the place. Swinging across the line of that one. And the off stump is knocked back by Ali Mohammed. So just as we were speaking about Cornwall doing quite well and batting quite well, he had a big swing. We look at it once more. This one is up in the block hole and swinging across the line and missing it completely.
No, Earl. Charging, inside edge, onto the stumps. Perhaps we can take another look at it. But he was charging the bowler, and it came from the inside portion of the bat and onto the off stump. And it was a shorter delivery, not block hole either. I think, as I said earlier, he had been charging the bowling. Perhaps the Leewards believe that they have enough. But I'm from the old school which says that when you think you have enough, get some more. Let's look at the replay once again. What we can tell you is that Mohammed has picked up wicket number 4. As we look at the replay once again. Inside edge onto the outside.
Yes, he definitely was charging that time. And the inside edge, you're quite correct. He certainly got some distance outside his crease, outside the popping crease, and was swinging and the inside edging onto his stumps. So, good wicket to get to the Trinidad and Tobago at this juncture. And Colin Archibald goes to the crease. But 334 for 8. And Leeward's losing their way a bit. And losing their captain. But I think there was no real need for Cornwall to be charging at this point, Carlisle. The runs were coming. It's not like they were bogged down. And this is only the second day, the first session of the second day. So there's quite a lot of time left in this game still. We have just had just about 40 minutes play or thereabout. In fact, just about 35 minutes play. And certainly An ill-advised shot there by Cornwall. Here's a nice shot open in the face of the bat there by Archibald, and he gets off the mark with a well-played 4. Yes, an obvious attempt to open the face of the bat and guide it down to the third-man boundary. And getting 4 runs. So the track is still easy-paced. And once you're prepared to stay out there, you can get runs quite easily. Driven powerfully, but straight to wide is mid-off.
And he was dead if that had been a direct hit. He was way out of his crease, Colin Archibald. But the ball missed the stumps. He didn't even bother to try to shoot his bat into his crease.
Ball, of course, traveling quickly to Nandu, who is at a deep and wideish mid-off. Both batsmen, of course, left-handers. Track certainly has flattened out quite a bit. Ali Mohammed short, lifting, and Walsh is attempting to pull into the onside and missing completely. Perhaps taken on the shoulder. So 8 wickets down Carlisle, and that 400 seems a long way away. But this one will get them closer to it as it's swung away there by Aidan Walsh. In fact, it's 6 runs over fine leg. The short lifting and swung away by Walsh, and 6 runs to the score. So 345 for 8.
Short, far too short, and going into the body. And Hayden Walsh, his eyes lit up, and he swung it down over long leg for 6 runs.
Previous delivery, of course, was short, and he would have missed that one. It struck him somewhere around his shoulder, but this time he got back onto it and got it over the fine leg boundary for a well-played 6. So Walsh dealing in boundaries. And Archibald, too, who has the ability to bat.
Has a first-class 100.
Yes, certainly. And he's bold. Looking to tug into the onside, probably inside bottom, edging it onto the stumps. And we look at it again. But he's bold.
Not in position at all. Short enough, but his eyes just lit up, and he dragged it from the bottom portion of the bat back onto his stumps. And this has been a real collapse by the Leewards this morning.
Yes.
299 for 6 overnight, and now 345 for the loss of 9. Closer to 400 would have been my bet. And this has happened very quickly, because we're only 40 minutes into the day's play.
So 46 runs for some 3 wickets, the Leeward so far. Thorne, of course, picking up his first wicket. In the match, he has 1 for 45 from 12.4 overs. And of course, he would have left the field yesterday after just delivering 3 deliveries. So his figure's a bit skewed in terms of the number of overs. So the last man, Durham, Gets one outside the off stump and allows it through. One which was pitched just outside the off stump and moving slightly away from the left-hander. The question is whether or not the Leewards could get to at least 350. At one point looking as if they might have gotten to 400. Well, this one is short. Going down the onside, Durham is looking to pull, missed it completely. And do we have a case of the happy hookers here this morning?
One thing I can tell you is that the batsmen are not being very judicious. Once it's short, all of them have been attempting the pull shot. And there are instances when you have to understand that, listen, this one I cannot play it effectively and safely and bail out.
So Durham, a very tall chap. And this is better, getting inside his wicket and turning it down forward of square for a single. Bit of an overcast here at Warner Park. Sun going on the cloud momentarily. But conditions still ideal for cricket. No signs of rain. And hopefully we should have another full day's play. And here is a pull shot by Hayden Walsh Jr. The signal comes from umpire Tuckett at the far end, 6 runs. So he has played the pull shot well. He has missed 1 or 2, but certainly he has played it well and in fact picked up 2 sixes from that particular shot. So he has rushed on to 20 with that pull shot, and the 350 coming up for the Leeward Islands, 352 for 9. And here is Walsh looking to heave this one into the onside, the delivery outside the off stump. A rather interesting choice of shot by Walsh.
From the approach this morning, it says to me that the Leewards believe that they have enough.
Well, we seem to be having the same thoughts. And you're certainly correct. That is my impression from the approach. And even looking at the 2 last men there, you could see that they are bent on going after everything.
When I think I have enough, I always look for an extra 100.
And of course, that's cricket.
You really don't know how the game is balanced until both teams have batted. But if Guyana are batting we are in day 2, late on day 3, the Leewards would say, listen, we left it a bit short.
Certainly. Struck on the pad. Might be missing leg. The bowler force bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Durham. And we look at it. Yes, angling down the leg side. And here is the end of the Leeward Islands inning. Delivery right up to the batsman Durham, driving down to long on, or deepish mid on. And the catch easily taken there by
Adams.
And the innings come to an end. So 350 to all out the Leewards, but Carlisle, as we were saying just now, the Leewards Island probably think they have enough. Adams took a very good catch. He had to backpedal a bit, but in terms of the batting there by Durham, he should realize that Hayden Walsh Jr. is in. He's playing well. He was on 20. He's finding the boundaries. And he tried to do the same when he actually should have been trying to rotate the strike and bring Hayden Walsh back on strike.
Don't miss the important point that Ali Mohammed has picked up 5 wickets for 69 runs. And he must be commended. He ended the day yesterday with only 2 wickets to his name. The most successful of the wicket takers for Guyana. But he has come back this morning and has picked up an additional 3 wickets. And that has given him his 5 wickets for 69. And so 3 for 20 this morning. And he must be highly commended.
Yes, certainly a good spell there this morning by Ali Mohammed. And as you rightly said, he was the most successful bowler yesterday for the Guyanese team. In fact, he picked up the first wicket, and then when Guyana really needed the wicket, he came back and broke the partnership. And today he has picked up another 3 wickets and has done really well for his team.
As we look at the Deepwater port on your screen, that's away to the east on our left. And earlier this morning, there was this huge car ferry that came in, dropped off whatever cargo it had for St. Kitts and Nevis, and left. Nevis is in the background, of course. In the forefront, that's part of the southeast peninsula. And then the hills on the immediately behind that would be the hills of Nevis. Welcome back to Warner Park, where Guyana are about to start their response to the 352 scored by the Leewards. 113 to Michael Louis, 5 wickets to Ali Mohammed. Here is Jeremiah Louis, which is shot. And he's offside, falling safely clear of slips. Shandapal has not been having a lot of runs recently.
Oh no, certainly had a very poor tour of Australia in the test matches. But we know he's a talented player, we know he's capable. And we also know that he's capable of getting big scores, big hundreds. So who knows, this just might be his day. What I've noticed though, recently he seems to be coaching a lot low. Look at him, he goes low, deep outside the outside, but certainly nose stance there. What I was looking at backward point cover in the middle. Looking to save singles, they had 3 slips. Just 2 on the outside. The question is whether or not they could have been more attacking or it's going to be a key at this point.
End of over number 1, and the guy in the team, they're chasing 352, and they are none without loss. Son, 13 overs and 3 balls, picked up 1 for 52. Cardogan 1 for 24 from 7. Ali Mohammed 5 for 69 from 19 overs and 5 balls. Promal 1 for 54 from 29. Sinclair 1 for 66 from 13. And Adams 1 for 69 from 17. Nandu is the partner for Shandapal, and he is taking his guard and getting ready to take strike. And the bowler from the far end looks like Colin Archibald.
One of the slips taken out for Archibald. Louis had 3. So they are just 2 slips in a gully. And one might have felt that, at least for the opening overs, the first couple of overs, they might be a bit more of an attack by the Leeward Island bowlers and the more attacking feel, as a matter of fact. Carlisle, a few folks on one of the ships in the harbour, they seem to have come in to look at a bit of cricket.
And that's good. Tourists to the islands come from all over. These might have an understanding of the game, or they might just be sports lovers.
Well, I could tell you that I've seen a number of tourists come here to actually look at the game, look at cricket when it's being played, and there's some who have come here just to see Warner Park because of its historical background. Remember, Herschel Gibbs scored those 6 sixes against Scotland in a World Cup match, and I've actually taken photos for in fact, it was Netherlands. He struck those 6 sixes here at Warner Park, and I've seen, like I said, I've seen tourists come here just to get a couple of photos of the facility, and even get their photo taken in the grounds.
And people do that at important monuments around the world. Guyana have started their scoring. No ball delivered by Archibald.
Archibald, of course, in the first match, guilty of stepping quite a bit. I think in one particular innings, he bowled 5 no balls, at least 5 no balls.
And on this occasion, being guilty of bowling into the legs of Nandu and struck down to the forward of square position for 4. So he opens his account in Guyana 5 for no loss.
Good shot there by Nandu. And there's no one at deep mid wicket. Once he had played it into the gap and timed it sufficiently well enough, it was a certain 4. But Archibald seems to have this no ball problem, something he would need to iron out.
Again, guilty of overpitching in the slot and driven firmly straight down on the onside of the pitch by Nando for 2. And so he goes on to 6. And it's now 7 for no loss, Guyana, responding to 352 made by the Leewards.
Yeah, with Archibald going too far up to the batsman and Nando capitalizing. 2 good shots so far by Nando. Archibald, of course, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Nando. Of course, both of these players for Guyana, these openers, are left-handers. And you wonder if Archibald is comfortable bowling to left-handers, he himself being a left-arm bowler.
Earl, this is his job. His job is to bowl to whoever batsman is at the crease, left or right. This is what he does for a living.
Well, you bring me to a very important point, because I'm not one of those who believes in matchups. I think if you're a bowler and you're good enough, you should be able to bowl at any batsman, whether right-handed or left-handed.
Absolutely correct.
So I'm one who feels that this matchup thing is being overplayed. But as you rightly said, it's his job, and he has to adjust and adjust well.
An air traffic controller does not tell his boss at the tower, I'm only landing single engine planes today. I'm only giving instructions to propeller driven planes today. Or I'm only giving instructions to jets above a certain passenger capacity. You do your job. Yes, cricket is no different.
Certainly. And nowadays, with the reverse sweep and the switch it and so on, bowlers need to adapt, because batsmen are finding ways to counter certain bowlers. You had Ali Pope scoring 196 against India in the first test match in this ongoing series. And he played a number of reverse sweeps. And at the end of the game, he said, a reverse sweep is just like playing a forward defensive shot to him. And that is how the game has evolved.
Chanderpaul has left the first 2 deliveries in this over. He saw them pitch wide of the off stump. Doesn't have to play, and he didn't. And especially with the new ball, Earl, the bowlers will want to force the batsmen to play more.
Oh yes, certainly. And if Louis would have done his homework well, he would realize that Chanderpaul is struggling. This one is closer though, Carlisle.
A lot closer. And he's again picking up the line nicely and playing inside the line of the delivery.
So yes, Carlisle, he would realize that Chanderpaul is struggling for form. And, he should be attacking the stumps more and forcing him to play. But taking him outside the off stump, he is allowing Chanderpaul to pick up the pace of the pitch and get himself in. Shadow shot, Carlisle, or?
Definitely didn't play at it.
So just playing inside the line of that one, Chanderpaul.
That's a good delivery. Very good delivery. The appeal goes up. He's out, caught at the wicket.
So there you had it. It was closer to Chanderpaul, and he was playing that. And Louis was in no doubt that it had taken the edge. And we look at it now.
But look at him how he goes really close to the stumps on this occasion. And yes, he did play at it. He took the outside edge, went to the keeper, and every single player on the Leeward's unit went up. And umpire Ramdani just waited until Chanderpaul looked up at him. I am sure that he knew that he had nicked it, and he comes off disconsolately. And he has been really struggling for form, Chanderpaul. And in this game again, he has failed. He has gone back without scoring. And so the Leewards have taken their first wicket. Guyana are 7-1. Chanderpaul out caught at the wicket for no score.
This is exactly what I was speaking about just moments ago, Carlisle. Getting him to play because he's not a very confident batsman at this point. And no matter at which level you play, once you're not getting runs, and as a matter of fact, when you start an inning, you're starting all over. And a batsman at that stage of the game, at that stage of the innings, they certainly would like to get bat and ball, get off the mark, and get some runs, but certainly lacking in confidence. And one which was taken closer to the off stump. Chanderpaul was moving across, took the edge, and a good delivery there by Louis. But the length is what was very important there.
And the line.
And the line.
Forced him to play. Perez looks like the new batsman. He has come out to join Nandu. And remember, the Leeward scored 352. And Guyana in response 7-1.
So Leeward's getting a very important breakthrough. Yes, he might not be in good touch, but he's capable of a big score.
Good delivery. Good testing delivery. Outside the off stump, jogging back into Perez. And he played it well in that he kept it down. That could have gone up and towards trouble, but he played it really well.
Oh yes, he certainly did.
Here is the replay. Yes. Was pitched in line and was jogging away sharply. Listen, you spoke about Shandapal not being confident and in good form. You can definitely say that Jeremiah Louis is confident and in good bowling form.
Yes, certainly. He's certainly playing good cricket at this point, and it's not only his bowling, but it's showing in his batting also.
Archibald just a little bit too straight to Nandu, and he gets it down to long leg for a single, and so he moves on to 7, Guyana 8 for 1.
Well, Archibald probably might feel a bit more comfortable angling the ball across the right-handed Perez, but we'll wait and see. But certainly Nando's played him well so far. In fact, Nando has gotten all of his 7 runs off the bowling of Archibald. In fact, he struck him for 4th throw mid-wicket.
And with the wicket, the captain Cornwall has decided he wants 3 slips and a gully. A right-handed batsman facing up to Colin Archibald, who is bowling over the wicket.
But this one is more or less on leg, centre leg, and played into the onside. And, you know, it's interesting sometimes captain sets a field and asks the bowler to bowl offside, and they go leg side. In fact, there might have been some adjustment to the field, so you strengthen the one side of the field and you ask the bowler to bowl to that side, and they bowl to the other side. But we'll wait and see.
Edged, gone. No, he dropped short. Just short of Cornwall there at first slip. But was a good delivery pitch just outside the off stump. And he was coming forward and driving as we look at the replay, and it fell just short of Cornwall.
Just short. And perhaps that first delivery was setting up the batsman Carlisle.
Perhaps.
That first delivery on the hips. And then he gave him a good one, which took the outside edge just on about just outside the off stump and edging down to Cornwall at first slip. So good bit of bowling there by Archibald.
This time he's short, too short, and it's set up for the batsman Perez to spank down to the cover boundary for 4.
That's a very good shot by Perez. He got to his full height. He's not a very tall man. Got on top of the bounce and spanked it. Rather timed it more than looking to beat the leather off of the ball, and it raced away to the boundary for 4. So a very good shot indeed by the young man. And that's a good way to get off the mark, to get your first run.
Four more. Full toss. Perez came forward and helped himself to 4 runs down to the extra cover boundary. And so he has now taken his total on to 8. And the score moves on to 16 for the loss of 1 Guyana in reply to 352 made by the Leewards.
Yeah, so a pitch by Archibald. Not a very good delivery. And driven up to cover, straightish cover. For 4. A very good shot indeed by Perez. So he has scored 2 boundaries so far in his short stay at the crease.
Better delivery, back of a length, played out to point. And at the end of the over then, Guyana a 16 for the loss of Shandapal, who went for no score.
Archibald has bowled 2 overs so far, and he has conceded all 16 runs that the Guyana team has scored. Dewey, on the other hand, he has bowled them in, a very good one too, and has picked up the wicket of Shandapal, who went for no score. So Archibald has been rather expensive so far, and he would be looking to do a lot better if he's given a third over. Leeward Islands, of course, basing the attack predominantly on spin. And, just really the two seamers, Archibald and Jeremiah Louis. Of course, we have Cornwall, Hayden Walsh Jr. There's also Ward, who does some spinning, and Durham, of course.
Nando is playing inside the line of the first delivery of this new over, and goes through for the keeper, Hamilton.
Louis has shown good control, and he's bowling there or thereabout, just outside the off stump, close to the off stump. And his length has been good also. This, of course, is only second over, but certainly showing good control at the moment.
In the air, down to mid-on. Mid-on is vacant, and so they'll get a couple of runs. Nando moves on to 9, and it's 18 for 1. Guyana batting.
Nando seems to be a good driver of the ball, driving straight. This one was up in the block hole. Yes, he played it in the air, but it was into the gap, and he was able to pick up some runs. And now we see the mid-on being asked to go straighter.
St. Kitts will be pretty busy with cricket. After this, the 3 rounds here, we have ladies cricket coming up in St. Kitts.
Yes, and of course that was held there last year. We do have the tournament kicking off, the one-day tournament kicking off on the 4th of March. Then after that, it will be the T20 series.
Full pitch delivery, played out to the covers and falling just short of the fielder, who was diving, looking to make a catch of it. 2 runs the result. Full toss, and yes, it didn't go through with the drive really, and it landed just short of the fielder who was trying to make a catch of it. Excellent replays for you by Cricket 360, and we say thank you very much. Our cameramen have been fantastic.
Back to the women's cricket, Carlisle. The women's game certainly has evolved worldwide, and we've seen tremendous improvement on the world scene. The question is whether or not we are seeing enough improvement at regional level, at the West Indies level.
Can I safely tell you no?
I think you can, because I will certainly agree with you, Carlisle.
Listen, until we start seeing a lot of grassroots programs for the ladies, and primary school programs, secondary school programs, we will not see the talent that we have.
Certainly. And even looking at the Leeward Islands team last year, Carlisle, it's obvious that they have not had much exposure, the Leeward Islands girls. And they did not do too well in that tournament. But one could sense or see that there's some talent there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just that they have not had the sort of exposure. And probably we don't have enough females playing cricket in the region too.
Well, you see, Earl, cricket is not just for cricket associations. The governments have to get involved because most of the facilities belong to them. The schools, for the most part, belong to the government. Clubs have to get involved. It's a whole societal involvement to produce these players. I mean, look at Haley Matthew, #1 player in the world.
As Archibald continues, what I understand, I spoke to someone from Barbados regarding the Barbados female team, and I understand that they do select a team. They do participate in the local competition there. They have a female team that plays against male cricketers there in Barbados. So they're getting this sort of exposure that would really enhance their cricket.
20 for 1. Leeward's in the field, having made 352.
And to continue on that, Carlisle, you have been very close to the heartbeat of Leeward Islands cricket. How much female cricket is being played? How is the team selected? How are the girls put together to go into this tournament? You should have some idea on that.
Well, I'm the vice president of the Leeward's Cricket Board, so I start from that and tell you that we're not playing nearly as much cricket as we should play for ladies, even for the men.
Well, that's a given, for the men especially.
And that stems from the fact that we don't have enough women involved in the game. And so that is something that we're going to have to change. Come back to that after this. Short delivery into the body, tucked away onto the onside by Nandu. No runs. The West Indies Cricket Board, they have something which I find which is interesting, which is fun, which is seeking to involve younger people. In that last year, for the first time, Nevis and St. Kitts became involved in the 5 for fun. The 8 players per team. The team that goes on the park is made up of 5. And it must include 2 females. And this is for primary schools. It will happen again this year in June. On the legs, again, errant delivery, played down backward of square, 4 runs. And so Colin Archibald is not having his finest day today, as the score for the Guyana team moves up now to 25 for the loss of 1.
Very will be his last over in this spell. Over pitching and put away.
So 5 for fun happened last year for the first time in Nevis. Understand that it's happening in Guyana and in St. Lucia. Happened in St. Kitts. Nevis sent down 4 teams to the finals in St. Kitts and walked away with the top 3 positions. What's interesting about 5 for fun is that females bowl to females. They're all on the same team, but females bowl to females and the males bowl to males. And you have an over each. Each fielder must bowl an over.
Okay. But the problem I have with that, though, is that I don't think this was well advertised.
Well, it was, at least in Nevis. Because
in Nevis, probably.
For the finals, we had a very good crowd in Nevis.
Well, in Nevis. And, people do come out to cricket there in Nevis, but you would have heard very little of that. That's a better delivery there from Archibald.
Seemed like an effort ball, too, in that it had some pace. The keeper, Hamilton, was taking it full stretch above his head, and there was a hint of in-swing.
Yes, Carlisle. And you made a very important point earlier on where you said that the governments, especially they would have to get involved more in sporting activities, cricket in particular. Here in the Federation, especially in St. Kitts, there seems to be a bigger interest in football, athletics, cricket, which you could easily say is the biggest income earner, not just for individuals, but even for the government, because we know CPL is what, kick-started the economy after COVID. Even that, they're not paying enough interest. And, there's a call for more cricket, more organized cricket in the schools. And, of course, this is the breeding ground for future cricketers.
Good delivery outside the off stump, steer down to short third man, they'll get a single. As Perez moves to 10, it's 26 for 1. Let's look at our contributions to the West Indies team in terms of Nevis, and I speak specifically of Nevis. There are 9 players from Nevis who have earned call-ups to West Indies teams. 9. 7 of those players are cricketers, and 2 are netballers. 1 of the 2 actually captained the West Indies netball team. Netball and cricket in Nevis get the least amount of investment from the government.
Same over here.
The athletic stadium in Nevis cost about $15 million. We haven't spent any money on cricket in Nevis for ages. I mean, imagine a sport that put El Comido Willett, Derek Parry, Stuart Williams, Keith Arterton, Ronako Morton, Kyron Powell, Carl Tuckett, and West Indies colours and cricket fields, and can't get a fraction of the money spent on athletics invested in cricket. And you know something must be wrong.
Definitely wrong. Most definitely wrong. As this one is tickled down to fine leg for a single. In fact, we'll wait on the umpire who signals a leg by now. But certainly there was a young I spoke to some time ago who is a very talented cricketer, or was. And I saw him in Nevis in 2022. And one of the things he told, I asked him, is he involved in cricket still? And his answer was no. He said it didn't make sense because when you looks at Grove Park, in a country that has produced so many West Indies players and nothing is being done to it, he has lost interest and he has moved away from cricket. But, you touch something there that, I've commented about several times, that sporting facility that so much money is being spent on. And nothing on Grove Park or E.T. Willick Park.
4 runs down to the cover boundary was short and wide and played very well by Perez. And so he moves up to 14 and the score to 31 for 1.
Carlisle, we know that when West Indies cricket was very strong, the Leeward Islands, they made a big contribution to the regional cricket. And perhaps we need to get West Indies cricket, Leeward Islands cricket, back to that level. Of course, it was Sir Frank Royal who would have intimated that in time to come the Leeward Islands would contribute quite a bit to West Indies cricket.
End of the over, 31 for 1. Perez is on 14. Nando is on 15. As we see drinks being run out onto the field. It's not yet time for the official water break. But can't blame them. It's a hot day, Earl.
Yes, it's a hot day. And it's really sweltering out there. Hot, not just hot, but humid. As we look out, there seems to be hardly a breeze about. We see some slight movement of the trees in the eastern section. And a hot day indeed. But Guyana, after losing the early wicket of Chandapal, who went for no score, recovering a bit. Perez has looked good, so too Nandu. And these two, they're building a bit of a partnership here for Guyana.
Changing bowling from the far end. Cornwall has the ball in his hands. He will be coming into the bowling attack. So we know he has bowled a lot of overs for the Leewards.
Well, he certainly has. I think in the last match he bowled too many though, although it was only 14. And he was very expensive and he bowled non-stop. Until perhaps when he realized that the game was over, he gave Durham just one over. In fact, Durham just bowled 5 deliveries and the game was over in quick time. Picked up 1 for 84. So we have Nando stretching forward and pushing back up on the offside. But of course, there are 2 left-handers out there. And he would be turning the ball away from the left hand. There's much turn here.
No, Perez is right-handed.
Yes, my apologies. The openers were left-handers, but Chandra Paul is gone. It's a good delivery there by Cornwall, angled down into the gully region, which picked up there by Ward. So, pretty docile track. Cornwall is a very tall man, but so far not extracting any real bounce from the track. In fact, he carried the ball up to the bat, just on about the off stump of the left-handed Nando. This time it's a bit shorter. Stayed into the offside. So as expected, Carlisle with Archibald in his opening burst being a bit expensive. The bowling change coming. Oh my goodness, that one played straight to forward short leg. Young Andrew is there and he put it down. It was straight in and out.
Yeah, it was played fairly firmly, but it went straight in. Balls like those, if you get lucky, they hit you and give you a complimentary bounce, or they get stuck in your hands.
Yes, he seemed to have gone straight into his hands, and he put it down. I think it was Clark I saw taking one in the match against Leeward. A similar shot going straight to him, but he held on. And at that point, I would have commented on the fact that it was a brilliant catch. Yes, it went straight to him, but as you rightly said, sometimes they stick, sometimes they bounce, and you're able to take on a second attempt. And it's not as easy as it looks. Here's a lovely shot by Perez going out towards the point boundary, crosses it in fact. But that's a wonderful shot indeed. Well timed. They're coming forward and easing it square of the wicket for 4.
Played it easily too. He saw the opportunity. It was overpitched and he was in line and played it nicely down to the cover boundary and picked up 4 good-looking runs. He has been dealing in boundaries, Perez.
Yes, he certainly has been timing it well too, which is good for Guyana. Just to remind listeners that the Leewards were bowled out for 352. Better delivery from Louis. Louis has picked up the only wicket to fall so far. On target. This time Perez is defending. But Carlisle, to get back to our discussion, yes, it's a bit belabored. One of the issues, a brilliant take there by Hamilton, saving 4 for his team, a delivery angled down the leg side. One of the problems is the youngsters coming out of youth cricket and being able to get them into teams.
Bit of a naughty shot by Perez. Delivery back pitched, and he was just hanging his bat out at it.
Yes, a very naughty shot indeed. But we have seen at the secondary school level players not being able to go on because there's no real avenue for them to channel their talent. There are no organized cricket in St. Kitts. Oh, yes, he's out. Hanging the bat, one outside the off stump. The edge was taken, and Hamilton gleefully accepted the catch. And you just said he played a naughty shot. That was even naughtier.
And here is a challenge that you have. By the way, excellent bowling by the young man Jeremiah Louis. He has been persistent, he has been accurate, and he has been testing the batsmen. And Perez, the delivery before, played a bit of a naughty shot. This time again, he hung his bat out. And it took the edge. Hamilton was not going to miss that.
Certainly, that was a very easy take there for Hamilton. And Leeward's picking up their second wicket. Guyana 35 for 2, and we're in over number 9. So not the sort of start Guyana would have been looking for after the Leewards had scored some 352 runs. So they certainly will be looking to get a partnership. The captain goes to the crease, and you would be hoping to build a partnership. Anderson, the captain. This is a player, Carlisle, who, from all reports, he is highly touted. But he certainly would have to produce something good here for his team today. He would have to lead from the front for his team. But Louis is unsung at the moment. He's bowling well. And he's using his head. He's smart about it too. He's not just running up and bowling, but he's wearing his line. And
Cornwall is on top of his game. He has moved the fielder from extra cover to third slip. That's good thinking.
yes, certainly.
Good testing delivery, just outside the off stump. And you have to call that a good leave.
Oh, yes, certainly a good leave. And the left pad was across, second line of defense. And certainly Louis having a very good spell here for his team. He has been among the wickets in these 2 matches so far.
Nice,
8 in the
nice.
first.
Nice. Just outside the line of the off stump. Good leave. Very good leave. I want to pick you up on the whole aspect of young players and getting into the game and see what we can do. Cornwall is bowling to Nando. Striving in the air, wide of the bowler, bit of excitement on the field.
Well, the most excited player there was the youngster Joel Andrew. But it was in the air, but certainly no chance of a catch there. It fell well short of Louis, and it was wide of Cornwall, the bowler.
Good testing bowling.
But you were saying, Carlisle?
I'll get to it. Cornwall is pretty quick between deliveries.
Durham, we have not seen much of him in this tournament so far with the ball. In the first match, he did not bowl in the first innings, and just the 5 deliveries in the second innings of that match.
Aye, nice delivery. This one pitched just outside the off stump of the left-hander. Bouncing nicely.
Seemed to have gripped a bit too.
Yes.
And Nando is back and across and pushes into the offside.
Yeah, turn. Did get some turn on that one as well.
And once Cornwall is in this mood, he could be very dangerous.
Very good maiden over.
Yeah, certainly. Very good over indeed.
35 for 2 the score, Guyana. And they have lost the wickets of Shandapal, caught at the wicket from Jeremiah Louis for no score, 7 for 1. And Perez, who was out, caught at the wicket of Jeremiah Louis for 18, 35 for 2. So let's get back to this discussion about the young players. St. Kitts for years hosted an under-13 competition. I do not believe that enough value has been placed on how that contributed to West Indies cricket. Take a look. The current West Indies Test captain, Craig Brathwaite, played in the St. Kitts under-13 competition.
Yes,
As did Kyron Powell, Devon Thomas, Jamar Hamilton. Players from Dominica came to Nevis to play in the under-13.
As a matter of fact, as you mentioned Brathwaite, and you said Dominica, of course, we had teams from Barbados also.
Barbados? Well, Craig came with the Barbados team.
With the Barbados team.
You had Nevis, you had Antigua, Anguilla. It was a very, very good competition.
It was. And we do have a particular person to thank for that, but unfortunately, he is serving there in Antigua, Vernon Springer.
Well, one of the two. Vernon did a tremendous amount of work, but Noel Gishard is still here.
But it's not happening.
And we need, when people, listen, when I look at cricket, a lot of people get excited about cricket, but CPL cricket, international cricket in terms of one days and test cricket, and they don't understand what it takes to bring you from grassroots up to that level.
Played into the offside. They're getting some runs here. Anderson, in fact, he's getting his first runs, just a single, out to cover. And what I've seen happening in St. Kitts, Carlisle, is that sometimes you have the high school cricket in St. Kitts, and you have young players. But then, after high school cricket, there are no teams really to channel this talent into. So you find a lot of that talent is lost. There's not the second stage where you could say you put them into a club team, for example, or even there's an academy, but I don't think much of the players are absorbed there. So the talent is just lost along the west side.
Delivery outside the off stump, and Nando is leaving it alone. Start of a new over by Jeremiah Louis.
And he certainly has bowled well so far. But it is critical. It is critical to have the grassroots cricket, but there must be a development plan going forward. You just do not have these youngsters playing at grassroots level, and then they do not move on from there. They do not have the opportunity to play at another level. And in fact, there's no intermediate cricket.
Beautiful delivery. Just touched down just about the line of the off stump and then swung away a little bit. And he has changed his line of attack, Jeremiah Louis. He has now gone around the wicket to bowl to Nando. Look at it again, and this was a peach of a delivery. Lovely. Beauty. The only thing wrong with that is that he didn't take the edge.
Yes, certainly. And you could say probably the batsman was not good enough to get an edge to that one. But he gets an edge now and it goes for 4.
Over the head of the slips. It's just threw his bat at that. But he went with everything, which is important. If you're going to go hard.
Go hard. We always say that. But Carlisle, I don't know. I guess in Nevis it's different. Where the youngsters have teams that they could be channeled into. I don't know how many clubs you have over there. Here in St. Kitts, the clubs are not really functioning. The cricket clubs are not really functioning. There are 1 or 2 clubs still, but there's no real competition.
I tell you, one of the most important contributions to Nevis cricket and the youngsters recently has been a change in the rules of the association. In that, if you're 17 and under, you can play for any team. You don't have to register with a team. You can play for any team. You can play for multiple teams. And so this has allowed our young players to play for 2 teams on a weekend and get 2 matches. And next week you can turn up for totally different teams. You don't have to register.
That's interesting.
You just have to get a call from a team or make a call and say, listen, I'm available. And 17 and under, you can represent any team.
That's interesting.
If you're over 55, you can also play for any team. You don't have to register and play with one team alone, because our intention is to get cricket played.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Interesting change in field here by Captain Cornwall. There's a man who is straight and catching just on the edge of the second pitch. Remember, delivery went in the ear in that area.
This one is tickled around the corner. I think that would have been off the, it was the left hand, and Nando who would have played that one to the right of Cornwall. But an interesting change nevertheless. And for the captain Anderson, we see that there's a slip and the foul shot in place also.
Is it an unwritten law that if you're the new boy in the team, you have to go to short leg?
Well, we have seen this happening for years. It's nothing new, but it seems to be an unwritten law. Okay. And as a youngster, you have to be prepared to do the dirty work.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes dangerous work.
But I see young Andrew Doe, despite the fact that he made a duck, he seemed to be in good spirits.
He has some talent. I think he's going to be around for quite a while.
Of course, he does some wicket keeping also. Very interesting story. The youngster, good bit of feeling there though. About this young man, his mother said that, he gave her torrid time at birth. It was a very difficult birth indeed, and the reason why she named him Joel. And his mother really supports him well from what I've garnered with his cricket.
That is important. You need family support. You need community support.
We will continue, Carlisle, from the media center end.
He has picked up 2 for 18 from 6 and really into his work. Again, there is shape away on that delivery, but it was short and outside the line of the off stump, so he didn't have to play. Anderson. There are 2 youngsters from Nevis, both 13 years old, who are now attending school in England. Son of Stuart Williams, being one of them.
Speaking of Stuart Williams, he had a son that promised a lot some years ago. Seemed to have fallen by the wayside.
Still playing cricket, still playing good cricket. The trick is that we didn't play Leeward Islands cricket for so long that we didn't get players on the park to show what they're capable of. The second youngster in England is the son of Charlene Martin. She's the manager of the Leeward's under 19 women and the senior women's team, so you'll see her in the upcoming
Yes,
tournament.
I've seen her. I think if she was the manager last year, I would be familiar with her.
Good delivery. Again, touching down outside the line of the off stump and just shaping a little bit away. If he gets this one closer to the off stump, it could be interesting.
Yes, it could be. But, of course, we are approaching the lunch and interval. And this is really a good time for the bowlers to bowl. The batsmen, they're looking to conserve and to keep the wicket intact going for lunch, so they might be a bit tentative.
Looks like a chance. Difficult, but chance. It was just a little bit straighter and hitting the ear down to the fielder at mid-wicket and just bounced short. Looks like it may have bounced short of, is that Casey Carty?
Yes, it is.
Went down to the boundary for 4, so it's 45 for the loss of 2.
So Guyana still 307 runs behind at this point. The Leeward Islands first innings score over 352 as we approach lunch. But this has been a very good spell by Jeremiah Louis. Say good morning to their dad, who's also, his name is also Jeremiah, Jerry we call him. And he himself would have played some cricket, played local cricket. Like his son Jeremiah, very good swing bowler, good control. And one of the things too, Carl, you spoke about support for your children. It's good to support them. Jeremiah, as a mere probably 11, 12-year-old, he was out there playing cricket, playing with the bigger guys. His father brought him out. I remember we had a team, the Combined Banks in 2nd Division, and Jeremiah Louis, along with his father, actually played for us. He brought him out. He brought him to play cricket.
It's good. 45 for 2, the Happy Eagles. Anderson is on 6. Nando is on 19 as Cornwall will bowl from around the wicket. Nando is on strike. And we're creeping up towards lunch on day 2 of this game.
Cornwall has found a good line and length, and his control has been good in this spell so far. And certainly he has put the Guyanese batsman under a bit of pressure. I would not be surprised if he prized out one just before the luncheon interval. But Nando would like to have a say about that. We have seen one delivery bounce a bit and grip a bit. But apart from that, track has been fairly docile. Durham is doing a bit of warm-up. Ooh, just on about off stump, or just outside the off stump, and really gripping that time, Carlisle, and bouncing.
I think when you speak to the great spinners, they will tell you, listen, they like the turn, but they want some bounce as well.
Yes, certainly. And speaking of great spinners, you told me a very interesting story yesterday about Lance Gibbs.
Spinner who got to 300 test wickets. Held the world record at one point.
First bowler to that landmark.
End of the over. And let's see what Carl Tuckett will do. He is going to square leg, so we'll have one more over before the lunch break. And it looks like Doran, who is coming up to mark his run-up. But we can begin to tell you that at close of play last night, the Leewards won 299 for 6. Cornwall was on 39 and Jeremiah Louis was on 3. Louis went this morning, caught by Anderson off Ali Mohammed for 11, 321 for 7. And then Cornwall was bowled from the inside edge to Ali Mohammed for 54, 334 for 8. And then Archibald was bowled by Thorne, again off the edge. He made 5. Doran was the last man out, caught by Adams off Ali Mohammed for 1. Leeward's all out for 352. 5 wickets to Ali Mohammed for 69 runs. Doran with the last over of the morning session. Played away in the offside and no runs.
Doham is a very tall lad, and it would be interesting to see if he could extract some bounce from this track. Of course, this is just his first over and probably the only one we would see before lunch.
I think he played some cricket with Holland during the break. I think they had a tour of South Africa.
Yeah, he would have played cricket with them before. In fact, he
played under 19 cricket with them.
Yeah, and he could have taken the option to go and play for them. But opted to come back and play for the Leeward Islands.
Nice flight. Threw it a little bit wider as well, and lured the batsman Anderson into an error, but he played and missed.
Interesting that he should be going for an attacking shot at this stage. Captain of the Guyana team. But he's defending this time, and he pushes it to short extra cover.
Forward short leg moves across to silly mid off. End of a maiden over, and that's lunch.
So lunch on day 2, and it's 41 for 2 Guyana in reply to 352 scored by the Leeward Islands. And we'll be back here in about 40 minutes or so to bring you the post-lunch session.
We're back, and we're getting off to a bit of a late start here at Warner Park. Not because of weather, that's fantastic, but it gives us enough time to say to you that the Leewards this morning, they were bowled out for 352 on the back of 113 by Michael Louis and 77 by Hamilton. Half century as well for the captain Cornwall. As the first delivery after lunch is played into the offside. Cornwall has sent down 4 overs and only 1 run has been scored off of his bowling. He's bowling now to Nandu and he's coming forward. This one he's beaten and there is a stumping chance. Well, I say chance, but the bails have been taken off, but the batsman was safely anchored.
Yes, he was safely anchored, and Hamilton, as usual, a very excitable cricketer.
Yes, pushing, probing, playing a little bit away from the body. And it beat the bat and went through to Hamilton. I saw Nathan Edwards at the ground. He is, of course, with the Leewards. And Kyron Powell should be joining later as well.
So, Nathan Edwards, tell me a bit more about Nathan Edwards.
Well, you should know that he was one of the outstanding players for the West Indies on the 19 side at the last tournament in South Africa. There's an appeal. What is this all about? It seemed to have been driven underground down to the fielder and mid-off. And now the captain is having umpire Tuckett take a look at the ball. He's from St. Martin, has a brother who plays age group cricket as well, and he made the team of the tournament.
So what's really happening to Leeward Islands cricket? We have quite a number of players from St. Martin getting into the Leeward Islands team. We hardly could get a player from Nevis, for example, into the Leeward Islands team.
It speaks to youth development. And the coach Singh and his people in St. Martin, they have a very good youth program. They've been producing.
They have been, and as you said, they play a lot of cricket down there too, despite being restricted to maybe 1 or 2 grounds. But in fact, there's
another one
on the French side. On the French side that I'm aware of. So they do play some cricket there also.
Archibald has been switched to the media center end. And there's a fielder going down to deep backward square. This one is again full on the legs and driven out to mid-wicket for 4.
Good shot indeed by the captain for Guyana, and Anderson, that is, and playing it into the vacant mid-wicket region for 4. Delivery on his pads, and once again Archibald over pitching, guilty of over pitching far too often. Carlisle, just to get back to players around the Leeward region, is a Grant that played in the first match. He's out.
Gone.
In fact, the captain stands there and waits, and he has been given out.
Good delivery. Again, full, and he was playing at it down to the fielder at second slip and gone. And so the captain, Cornwall, is justified in bringing his bowler Colin Archibald from the pavilion end, and the first delivery went for 4, but he made the adjustment and has picked up the important wicket of the captain Sinclair.
Good catch there by Ward.
Anderson, beg your pardon.
Good catch there by Terence Ward at second slip, and Went straight to him, but it was low. And he snared it in quite nicely. So Guyana losing a wicket immediately after lunch, just scoring some 4 runs. In fact, a 4 struck by Anderson, the captain. And a better delivery that time, better length, and the batsman was pushing at it, took the outside edge and went to a second slip where Ward took a good catch.
He stood up and waited for a minute, but from our vantage point, and we were looking straight at Ward, it seemed to go straight into his lap.
Yes, and a bit low to the ground, really, but certainly it seemed to have gone straight into his lap, as you said, but more importantly into his hands. And catch taken.
No question about that. Went straight in. Good low catch, and Terence Ward is a good sports person, not just a good cricketer.
Well, definitely, and in fact, he played football in St. Kitts. In fact, got into the St. Kitts team. Very good striker from St. Paul. St. Paul's team may be one of the top football teams in St. Kitts. They've won a number of championships, and he, in fact, opted to go into cricket. Felt that there were more opportunities there in cricket, and he went into cricket. And he does play some cricket, league cricket in England, and seemed to have done quite well.
Back of a length, played away into the offside. The new batsman is Kemal Savory, who also keeps wicket for Guyana.
But Archibald, who has been very expensive so far, in fact, he was struck for boundary by Anderson in that over, and he got his revenge, bowling a better length and a better line, angled across the right-handed Anderson and inducing the edge and picking up the wicket. But I always love looking at Jama Hamilton, Carlisle, when the wicket falls. Very excited character indeed.
I'm sure, being in division yourself, that you're aware that the Hamiltons are firmly rooted in Barnsgot in Nevis.
Well, I think
that's where his stock comes from.
I think some of them are related to me also. They're related to the Smittens.
Good delivery, played well, dropped his hands on that and angled it down to third slip.
And of course, we would not know that the two of us are related also.
No, he wouldn't.
Of course, my grandfather from Carlisle's region, Zion.
Good quick single, just dropping it for the fielder at mid-on to run to his left to pick up. And so a good change by the captain, Cornwall. Brought in the bowler, Colin Archibald, from the pavilion end and got a wicket. And so we can say that Jeremiah Lohi has earned himself a good rest because he ran in before lunch and bowled his heart out.
Yes, it was an extended spell. And he really ran in. Of course, we have seen Archibald being a bit expensive, but what he has been doing is taking the ball up to the bat. And eventually got one on the right length and the right line, and he was rewarded. But a touch expensive though, as Cornwall will continue.
Cornwall continues from the far end, and before this 5 overs, and only 1 run has been scored from his bowling.
He has really found a good line and length, and it has been very consistent.
I'm sure you noticed that the skipper has decided, okay, Joel Andrew, you have done your stint at forward short leg. Let's try Kofi James.
Yes, I was looking at that. In fact, a minute or two ago. And
maybe it's initiation.
Probably. Andrew himself, of course, a wicketkeeper by trade. His best suit, of course, being his batting. And in this Leeward Islands team as a batsman. Kofi James himself, an off spinner. And who knows? He might be used in this innings, but he certainly is not a bad choice for the captain to have.
And it's going to be Archibald who will continue from the media center end. Good delivery, struck on the pads. That's one coming back in from outside the off stump. And we'll tell you more about it when we see the replay. He's bowling from over the wicket. Oh, what's wrong with that?
Wow. Wow.
Was he marginally outside the off stump?
Not in my opinion, but I don't have my glasses on, but it does not look so. Oh, that looks very out to me. But we do not have the benefit of a review system here. I'm certain that the Leeward Islands would have gone up for that one. But umpire Ramdani would have had his reasons why he would not have given that one out. And bearing in mind that he has just a split second in which to see it. But we could safely say we had a split second also in which to see it. And we saw it differently. So Archibald has come after lunch and he's bowling a lot better apart from that boundary. He's picked up a wicket.
And had a close call.
Certainly.
I looked at it twice, once live, once on the replay. Both times I thought just good luck on the part of the batsman.
So Nando surviving a confident appeal. You know, Carl, I like that UV system quite a bit. Of course, to tell you that it's very expensive to operate the review system, but I do like it, except, of course, there are one or two things about it that I do not like. And one of them being the umpire's call. Because the question is, how can you be for one delivery you could be not out as well as out for the same delivery.
Depending on the umpire's call, of course.
The umpire's call. So,
Is it me or is it that Archibald seems to be running in harder?
no, I've noticed that also. He's definitely running in harder since the luncheon interval. But he always seems to be really attacking the crease, though. He always seems to be running in hard. But as you rightly said, he seems to be running in a bit harder.
End of a good over. It's a maiden. And at the end of it, Guyana 50 for 3. Nando is on 19. With him is Kemal Savory, who is on 1.
Yeah, so Nando having a close call in that over. He could have gone against him, but he survived. Umpire Amdani thought that it was not hitting. And in the end, the batsman survived. But apart from that, Nando has looked good. He has been solid. And he has gotten to 19, 50 for 3, 19 overs completed.
Delivery. Pushing forward. Loud shout. And the umpire says no.
Good bounce too, Carlisle.
That's the important ingredient for spinners. The pitch has played well, Earl.
Yes, the typical Warner Park track, of course. And,
But perhaps with a little more bounce for the spinners?
yes, just a bit more bounce. The fast bowlers too have gotten some bounce once they were prepared to bend their backs. But nevertheless, the bounce is good for the batsman also. And here is one stroke. Cornwall is beseeching umpire, tuck it, remain and move from the far end. But Cornwall thought he had his man. Well, Hamilton thinks so also.
No, not out. Good decision.
Well, the bowler always thinks that it's out.
Unless the bowler is batting.
Unless they're batting.
This one is turned down backward of square for a single. And so we see the score just tickling over by 1 to 51 for 3.
But this has been good bowling by the Leeward Islands, though, Carlisle. They've come back after lunch and they have certainly put the Guyana Harpy Eagles batsmen under pressure. In fact, they have picked up the captain, Anderson, for 4. So this has been a good display from the Leeward Islands.
Very. We see intensity, we see purpose, and they have been very much on target since the luncheon interval.
Guyana still, of course, some 301 runs behind. And that's a mighty hill to climb. But like yesterday, Carlisle, the weather has been excellent.
Short, flashing, through to the keeper. Saver remains on 2. Nando is on 19. Guyana 51 for 3. Leeward, you remember, made 352.
Dark clouds have drifted away. We're just seeing some white fluffy clouds ahead. And we see Nevis clearly outlined.
As we go around the region, West Indies Academy, we remember, made 163. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in reply 247 for 6. And not out, Gooley is on 82. And with him is Pierre, who is on 1. Remember, Mohan reached 54 and Django 40. Wickets have gone to Ned, 3 for 52, and Bishop, 3 for 93.
Good to see Gooley getting some runs. A player who we understand is highly touted in Trinidad and Tobago. Gooley, of course, would have played for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots in CPL last year. And getting some good runs there. The century maker, Mohammed, did not seem to
Didn't get many.
get much runs in this one for Trinidad and Tobago. But that's how the game goes.
Barbados Pride 214. The Volcanoes 203 for 3. That's a strong reply.
Very strong indeed. And the table leaders certainly continuing to excel. That's Dominique, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, of course.
Solozano 86. Melios 53. Jeremiah 32. And at the crease now are Hodge and Ambris.
So Lozano, an interesting character there in terms of his career so far. Got concussed in his first test match, was replaced, and has not been looked at since by the West Indies selectors.
Well,
good to see him getting, sorry.
Updated score in that game. First innings points to the Windwards. They're 215 for 3.
But good to see Solozana getting some runs. He seems to be a very good player.
The Scorpions against the Combined Colleges. Combined Colleges 307 all out. Jamaica replying strongly, 44 for no loss. Chadwick Walton is on 33. Carlos Brown is on 9.
Interesting to see Chadwick Walton back playing for Jamaica at 4-day cricket. Then again, you had a veteran player who's been around for some time for Barbados and also played for West Indies. Jonathan Carter getting 100.
135 not out, in fact.
Exactly. So a very good performance there from Carter. So some of the experienced players, Carlisle, so far in this year's tournament coming to the fore and performing well.
That one turned him inside out. He didn't know a lot about that one at all.
This has been a very good spell so far by Cornwall. He's into his 8th over. Then they've just scored some 2 runs off him so far. And the Guyanese batsmen, they're finding it very difficult to get him away. That seemed to have been put down. One put
Looks
down.
like a drop catch. Thin outside edge, it looks like.
And Hamilton, the keeper, flowing it. So Nando has lived a charmed life so far.
It's getting very good bounce from that end. Cornwall.
And he always seems to like bowling from that end. I've hardly seen him bowl from the media center in at Warner Park over the years. Carlisle, some off spinners prefer to bowl where the batsman cannot hit them with the breeze. In fact, if the batsmen are going over the top or looking for a big shot, they would have to hit into the breeze. And this could be one of the reasons why Cornwall prefers that end. But speaking to Noel Guichard, a very experienced off spinner, he told me he always liked to bowl with the breeze, and he would have had the ability to just sneak one between bat and pad for the batsman. So I guess it's a question of preference, and I guess it depends on your skill. The game has become so technical now that you hear a lot of talk about hitting into the breeze or hitting with the breeze, and you use bowlers at particular ends because you do not want the batsmen to hit them into the breeze and pick up easy runs. But by the same token, too, the breeze could assist some bowlers. But Archibald is into his 7th over, and since lunch his figures certainly they have improved. At one point he was going at 8 runs per over, and into his 7th over conceding some 26 runs.
I think the change in length has made the difference.
Yes, certainly.
The boundaries for the most part were deliveries which were full pitched.
Yes, he was over pitching and being struck away. And he's actually just below 4 runs per over now, or thereabout, as opposed to being 8 runs per over. Goes full this time, but has the protection. Durham is at cover. Fielding. So Leeward's at this juncture less attacking. They're just the 3 slips. Backward point. Cover, mid-off. It's a long leg. And short mid-wicket and a mid-on. Oh my goodness, this one.
He's out.
He's out, run out. They're coming from the hand of Archibald and onto the stumps. And the batsman backing up too far, being run out.
Earl, it was a delivery which was struck beautifully. And Colin Archibald, very alert. He was fielding to his own bowling, and it came from his hands onto the stumps. And there was Matthew Nando, is it? Nando. At the non-striker's end, he was out of his grounds, and it was an easy decision for umpire Ramdani to say, listen, you're out, run out.
In fact, I think it might be Perez, but we'll get that
No,
confirmed.
Perez is long gone.
Long gone. So it should be safe with them, the wicketkeeper.
Will it? On our screen, it says Savory is on strike.
He struck, yes. So it's Nando.
Is Nando.
Who certainly lived a charmed life. But Carl, I do not have sympathy for batsmen being run out that way. Batsmen, they do have a tendency to back up looking for a quick single. And if the bowler opts to go for the man card, you would see a lot of articles about spirit of the game and the sort of thing. And no one would mention that the batsman was backing up too far and perhaps cheating and not going with the spirit of the game, because as far as I'm concerned, you're trying to get that added advantage on the field inside.
In this case, he wasn't cheating, though. He was just maybe a foot out of his ground, and that after the bowler had delivered the ball. And so, just bad lucky. I would put that way. But good for the Leewards. Guyana have slipped to 51 for the loss of 4.
Bad lucky, but once the ball is driven back, you wait until the ball gets past the bowler before you leave the ground. So he was backing up too far. Defended there by
Savory.
And there no run. So, but there's been a lot of talk about this backing up too far. And so often we have seen batsmen being run out that way. But a good piece of cricket though by Colin Archibald. First of all, getting a hand to it, and the ball going on to the stumps, and the batsman being stranded.
But he's grown into the game after the luncheon interval, Archibald, because the delivery just before that was again firmly struck back to him, and he fielded it cleanly. So he has shown a level of alertness, and he has shown that he has been able to change his length and his line, especially after lunch. And this has resulted in him getting a wicket to his name and then the run out.
Yes, and of course, the Leeward certainly, they have applied pressure, and the feeling has been good. But this is a good shot, though, by the new batsman, Kevin Sinclair. And in fact, it goes all the way over long off for 6, but that's a good way to get off the mark.
57 for 4, Guyana. As we look at it once again, given some flight and pitch wide as well. And so he had license to go. The fielder was in at mid-off.
Sinclair, of course, got a half century in his first test match in Australia. So this is one who could bat.
More runs came off that delivery than in the previous 7 overs bowled by Cornwall.
Of course, conceding just 2 runs in the previous.
And more. This one is struck down to the cover boundary for 4. Just a little bit short, and he gave himself room and smacked it down to the cover boundary and picked up 4 more runs. So he goes on to 10, does Sinclair, and Guyana 61 for 4.
So Cornwall earning the length, going a bit too short, and Sinclair was on to the back foot and punching into the offside for 4. A very good shot indeed. But Sinclair has come out like a man on a mission. And he has adopted this no-nonsense approach. Well, he's driving. It was in the air for some time, but fell well short of mid-off. But Guyana really up against it at this point, 61 for 4.
Played away on the onside, falling well clear of the field at forward short leg. So a single to bring up the end of the over. 62 for 4. Savory is on 2 and the Sinclair is on 11.
The Happy Eagles, of course, trailed by 290 runs, so they are a long way off still. And of course, Carlisle, the follow-on in this particular match is 150. So Guyana, of course, initially would be looking to get past the required score to force the Leeward Islands to bat again. But of course, even with a big lead these days, the teams are not enforcing the follow-on. See umpire Ramdani having a look, perhaps thinking that Archibald might be encroaching on that area which is deemed to be an area. It's a nice shot by Sinclair for single. So probably Archibald getting close to that danger area. Carlisle, we saw umpire Danny looking at the track. See square leg being pushed right back. That's young Joel Andrew. He's right back on the square leg boundary. Is this a bluff or, in fact, he's been asked to go just back out of square? There's a long leg in place also. This one is on a good length, so perhaps Archibald might sneak in a bouncer. We just have to wait and see. Or that could be bluff, of course.
Short delivery, but too short and too wide to encourage the batsman to play at it. 63 for 4 Guyana, replying to 352 made by the Leewards.
Just a couple of spectators, of course, looking on at this match. Of course, these matches, the entry is free, but yet we have not seen much people coming to look at these matches. In event that you do get a match in Nevis Carlisle, would there be a charge for spectators to come in?
Beaten outside the off stump through to the keeper, no runs. I doubt it.
But we would expect some good crowd there, though.
Absolutely.
At the E.T. Willock Park. What's the condition of the ground at the moment, the playing area?
Lush has been Got some good rains, and so the outfield is looking good. Um, the entire facility needs work.
I would imagine. But local cricket would have been played there over the years, of course. So a fairly good condition should have been maintained over the years. Well, in terms of the grounds, that is.
End of the over, 63 for 4 Guyana. Savory is on 2, Kevin Sinclair is on 12.
So Guyana continues to feel the pressure. And at 63 runs, with 4 wickets down and trailing by some 289 runs, they're really up against it at this point and looking to get a good partnership here. And of course, we know Sinclair is very capable of contributing well with the bat. I'm not too certain of Savory. He loud appeal to delivery, which is going down the onside. Perhaps thinking that it had taken the edge, might have brushed something. But the bowler himself stopped in his track as if to suggest, well, he was not totally convinced. And we know when Cornwall thinks he's out, he has a prolonged appeal. But Cornwall posing some problems here for the Harp Eagle batsmen.
Good shot. Good, safe, straight shot. Right back over the head of the bowler and going all the way for 6.
So Sinclair in his shorts there, the crease has struck 2-6. In fact, he got off the mark with a 6. And that 6 would take him on to 18. In fact, he has rushed to 18 from 11 deliveries. Score's gone on to 69 for 4. And what Sinclair is doing here, he's looking to take the pressure off the other batsmen. Cornwall has been tight, and he has gone out and he has scored off Cornwall quite easily.
He has played sensible cricket. If it's there to be hit, he has hit it.
Yes, so he certainly has played well, and as you rightly said, sensible cricket. And he has not just allowed Cornwall to bowl to him. Now we see Savory looking to be a bit more aggressive, but playing straight to Durham, who's at short extra cover.
Good delivery, taking the outer portion of the bat and going safely down to short third man for a single to bring up the end of the over. And so the score is now on 71 for the loss of 4. We remind you that the Leeward Islands made 352 and 113 to Michael Louis, 77 to Hamilton, 54 to Cornwall, and the chief wicket taker for Guyana was Ali Mohammed, who picked up 5 for 69. Guyana in reply, they're on 71 for 4.
First bowling change after lunch. Louis comes back into the attack. That's Jeremiah Louis, of course. And for him there, 3 slips, looking for the outside edge. Starts a bit too straight on the pads and turn down to backward square for 2 runs, 2 quick runs there to Savory. Warner Park to Carlisle is showing signs of recent rain. On the western side, last week that area was almost totally brown, but it's very lush at this point. Seems to that overnight we would have had quite a bit of dew. Well, I don't know if we had a sprinkler earlier this morning, but you could see the grass on the outfield showing signs of moisture, as if we had a sprinkler. Dew had fallen heavily last evening. But that's a good delivery outside the off stump.
Very good. And tailing away as well. As I came strolling up from the ferry terminal this morning, there was a very light hint of rain.
So that explains the droplets I was seeing on the grass when I walked into the ground this morning.
It was very, very light. Good delivery.
Oh, that could
Good
be out.
delivery is out, LBW. And I tell you what, Jeremiah Louis knew it immediately. He didn't even turn. He just kept racing away to celebrate with his teammates. But he missed it. He was coming forward, played around it, completely missed it. And look at this. Oh, hit him on the back pad as well. And that could only have been hit in middle. Absolutely.
Wonderful delivery indeed. Brilliantly bowled there by Jeremiah Louis, and picking up another wicket for his team. So he has picked up his 3rd wicket, and this has been a tremendous tournament for the Louis brothers so far. We are just into the 2nd match, but certainly these two are having a dream tournament so far. Louis picking up 3 wickets to add to the 8 wickets that he picked up in the first round. So he has now picked up 11 wickets in total. And some say that when appealing you should look back at the umpire. Louis certainly did not. In fact, when he got a wicket earlier on, and he was so confident that he ran towards his teammates and he didn't look back at the umpire. Of course, there was an appeal. There we go again. In fact, he did look back after a while, perhaps looking back to ensure that the umpire had raised the finger.
I always thought that this insistence that you look at the umpire was nonsense. The appeal in the law does not constitute anything by look. It says that at least one fielder should raise an appeal. Nowhere in the law have I seen, unless it has been amended, that you must look at the umpire when appealing.
Well, I totally agree with you. There's nothing in the law. And I know you would keep abreast of any law changes. So, but we had an incident in Australia in the one-day match the other day, 2nd one-day match, where I think it was the second T20 where it was said that Joseph was well short of his ground, but the umpire said that no one had appealed. So Joseph had already started walking back. came back to bat because the umpire didn't give it out. And they thought that having shown the replay on the big screen, the Australians appealed and the umpire felt that it was too late to give him out.
At least one member of the fielding side must appeal.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the Australians will tell you something different. They will tell you that someone did appeal, but the umpire did not feel so.
Time. If he appealed out of time, does not constitute a legal appeal.
And of course, you cannot really appeal after you'd have seen a review. And well, it boils back to time, of course, because the review would have been shown after a specified time. But it's 73 for 5.
And Doran is coming into the attack from the far end.
So Cornwall taking a rest. And it would be interesting to see what Doran has to produce. He has not bowled much in this tournament so far. In fact, he has hardly bowled. In the first innings of the first match, he did not bowl. The second innings, he bowled towards the end of the Academy's inning, and he just delivered 5 balls. And just before lunch today, he just had the 1 over. So this could be the start of what might be a bit more of an extended spell unless he bowls real badly. Also good delivery for starters. And of course, the great Shane Warne used to say, Carlisle, that your first over, when you bowl your first over, you make sure you bowl such a good over that the captain would not want to take you off. But here is one in the air, but over backward point and going down to the boundary for 4.
Sinclair getting a bit adventurous, just backing away and playing this one over the fielder who was at backward point and getting 4 runs. So he moves on to 23. 77 for 5, Guyana.
And his 23 has come from 14 deliveries. So yes, Carlisle, Shane Warne always said that your first over should be good enough to convince the captain that you could have a second over.
Another delivery which is punched down to the boundary. 4 more runs. Short. Far too short by Doran.
And that the way it is going, his captain might not be convinced that he should get a second over. But we'll just have to wait and see. Not good bowling by any means. Too short. And Sinclair found the gap well. You see the adjustment being made to the field. But sometimes I wonder at field placing Carlisle. Young Joel is placed in more or less no man's land. Is he there to take a catch or is he there to save a run or to save a boundary? He cannot save the single from where he's at. And he would cover less ground from his position. And right, so he's brought into action, moving to his right. But an easy single. So 9 runs coming from this over so far, 2 boundaries.
$82 for 5, Guyana. Mohammed is on no score. Sinclair is on 28.
Mohammed, who picked up 5 wickets in the Leeward Islands innings, coming in at number 7, which suggests that he's a bit of an all-rounder.
Or that the team is short on batting.
Well, that's a possibility also. But I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I would not want to think that Guyana is that bad. But I could be wrong. Over the years, Carlisle, St. Kitts has seen a lot of cricket, a lot of regional cricket, international cricket, CPL. We've seen a lot of cricket here. But the downside to that is that we are not seeing enough local cricket. We are hardly seeing any.
Easy single into the onside as mid-on has to move across to his right field. Sinclair moves on to 29 and Guyana 83 for 5.
Track is still a very good one to bat on. And it's not an 83 for 5 pitch. Yes, the Leeward Island bowlers, they have bowled well, in particular Jeremiah Louis. He has been very good. Interesting, the young Andrew throwing with his left hand. Is he ambidextrous? I know he has done wicket keeping. Or is it the case that he has a strong left hand? So Ali Mohammed picks up the line of one outside the off stump. And the ball going through to Hamilton. Now we see Andrew going back on the backward square boundary. He's a very short man, and sometimes it's best to have taller fielders in certain positions on the field. So the end of the over.
And drinks. At lunch, Guyana were 2 wickets down for 45, and now they are 5 wickets down for 83. Delivery which is played into the offside is out caught. First delivery after the break. And here was Kevin Sinclair, very attacking, playing it firmly to the man there, Joel Andrew. And he took it quite comfortably. And so the Leewards are on the board once again. Guyana are 83 for the loss of 6. And Sinclair has gone for 29.
One shot too many, maybe, by Sinclair. He was playing well, but he was being aggressive. And right after the water break, not looking to settle back in, looking to go for an aggressive shot and being caught.
Well, Earl, if Joel does not want to remember his first ball in first-class cricket, he will certainly want to remember his first catch, because he took it well.
He took it well indeed. And good for the young man. And it's good that, you know, he would feel good knowing that he would have contributed, and in a significant way also. Sinclair, of course, was batting well. He was scoring quickly, and he took a good catch, although fairly straightforward.
And all his teammates congratulated him. They came, surrounded him as if to say, welcome, youngster. Your name is in the scorebook, not just for batting, but for a catch.
So though I'm picking up his first wicket. And he too will be feeling a lot happier. Not having bowled much, but coming in and after an expensive first over, coming back well and picking up a wicket.
New batsman is Versamy Permal.
And we know that he's a capable batsman, very dogged, could hang around a bit. So Leeward still have some work to do.
Good work by Doran, knocking down that delivery and keeping Permal on no score.
Yes, very good work indeed. And having said that, keeping him on no score, perhaps the captain too could have brought Long on up to mid-off. In fact,
and he heard you.
Yeah, certainly. But it's still a bit too deep. That's an easy single.
This one is bringing Permal forward, and it's coming from the inner portion of the bat and going clear forward short leg, but some excitement out there in the field.
Oh yes, the Leeward Islands cock a hoop at the moment. They have picked up wickets, 6 of them.
End of the over, successful one for the Leewards, picking up their 6th wicket. Guyana 83 for 6. And Doran has picked up his first wicket. He's 1 for 9 from 3. Permal is no score. And with him is Ali Mohammed also on no score.
And those 9 runs off Durham came from his first over. So he certainly has tightened up a bit, and the wicket would certainly have helped his figures. But Leewards, they look large and in charge out there today. It's a pity we do not have more spectators here witnessing these matches. Today is a lot better. I see in one pavilion about 6 people. Yesterday there was just this one lady in that particular stand.
But here is a difference, Earl. In the old days, in order for you to look at the matches, you had to physically be present. Nowadays, you have YouTube. And so there are lots of people who can stay at home and look at the game. And even if you miss it, you just go back and you punch in day one And you look at day one, you punch in day two, and you look at day two, and you have no idea as to how many people, how far, how wide are actually looking and listening to this game.
That might be so, Carlisle, but people just do not look at the longer version of the game in particular now. They're not too interested, and I know folks here. In other countries, despite all this media, Facebook, YouTube, television, you look at England, you look at Australia, and India, for example, and the grounds are full.
For me, cricket gives me a good reason to leave home and go and seek company. Have a drink.
And I guess you're speaking of soda.
I think you know me just too good. For the entire cricket season 2023, I think my friends managed to get me to drink a grand total of maybe 3 beers.
Well, that's quite a lot by your standard.
It is.
But I'll tell you though, here in St. Kitts, for example, once CPL is going on and matches are going on,
Swing and a miss. And for some strange reason, Ali Mohammed decided to charge Louis.
yes, on call for at the moment, his team in lots of trouble.
Look at it again. Comes charging down and has a big hoik. It was outside the line of the off stump, and so no damage done.
So yes, Carl, I know many people, they just want to know that once the CPL and cricket is being played, they have no clue as to what is going on, but they just come to the grounds just for the atmosphere and just to mingle and enjoy the party atmosphere. So Louis responds with a bouncer. Keeping the batsman honest.
There is nothing like a good game of cricket to generate discussions. People will be discussing whether or not the commentary is good, whether or not the cricket is good, which batsman did what when they should have done something different. I mean, cricket is such a great game.
What I find too, there are quite a number of very knowledgeable folks in the crowd. And sometimes you discover that they know even more than you do.
Guyana Happy Eagles, they are 83 for the loss of 6. They trail by 269 runs. It's a good question. Whether or not the Leewards would enforce the follow-on. I'm not a great fan of enforcing the follow-on. I'm more inclined to bat again.
Well, the modern day captains, the modern day teams, they do not enforce follow-ons. New Zealand led South Africa by some 389 runs, I think, the other day, and they batted again.
Delivery outside the off stump, and here is Ali Mohammed having a big hoik. Took the bottom edge of the bat and flew harmlessly down to the third man boundary. He brings up 4, he's off the mark. And Guyana moves on to 87 for the loss of 6 wickets.
So Ali Mohammed has decided that he's going to use the long handle approach at this stage with 6 wickets down. But I think if he bats sensibly with Pomal, they could still post a total here for the Happy Eagles. But yes, Carlisle, the captains nowadays are reluctant to enforce follow-on. As I was saying, New Zealand had a lead of just about some 389 runs the other day, just recently, in the test match against South Africa. And they batted again, and they actually gave them a total of some 511 runs to get to win.
Kamal is charging down the pitch. Good adjustment there by Doran. And then Promal had to come scampering back to his crease, and Hamilton is excited. He's saying, Doran, you should have thrown the ball to me.
The one me saying the batsman was probably in the way.
Driving down to long off for a single. So Promal gets off the mark.
Shouldn't have. That area should have been blocked. The man should have been at mid-off. 264 runs ahead. And try and force the batsman to go over the top. In fact, just as I speak, there's some fielding change, but they seem to be persisting with the long off and maybe a long on. In fact, it's a mid on. But I certainly would look to tempt the batsman to, at least for the first couple of deliveries he would be facing, tempt him to go over the top, or try to go over the top. But there's a long off in place. In fact, that's the only field out on the boundary.
Guyana lost their wickets steadily. Chandapal went with the score on 7. Perez with the score on 35. Anderson with the score on 49. 2 runs later on 51. They lost Nandu. Savory with the score on 73. And then Sinclair with the score on 83. It's now 88 for the loss of 6.
See Louis, in fact, he's exchanging places with Kofi James. Goes to forward short leg. That's Mikhail Louis. Good work by Kofi James, knocking it down at forward short leg, moving quickly to his right.
Or Louis.
Louis,
Remember the exchange
the exchange
places.
place, that's correct. Of course, Louis is much taller than Kofi James. James himself a fairly tall man.
Again, some excitement, hitting the air, but clear of the fielder down there at cover and across the ropes. There's a 4. And so you look at it again, in the air, but some distance away from the fielder at cover. And so that was safely done. Mohammed moves on at the end of the over then to 8. And it's 92 for 6 Guyana.
So it's obvious Mohammed is prepared to go for his shots. And he's not going to die wondering. But it's 92 for 6. And Guyana still a long way off, some 260 runs adrift of the Leeward Islands score of 352. Do we anticipate this match going the distance, Carlisle?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think I'll be coming here for the 4 days of the game.
It's a good batting track. And I'm sure that the second time around, the Guyanese team would bat a lot better.
Promal is charging the bowler and then defends to mid-off.
And of course, to Carlisle, this innings is not over by a long way yet.
Exactly my point.
Promal is capable. Ali Mohammed, he's taking a bit of a risk. He's looking to go over the top.
And even as we are in this game, perhaps it's as good a time as any for us to reach out and say that we here in the Leewards, we heard about the accident that claimed the life of Butts. Very, very, very pleasant gentleman.
Are you speaking of that marathon runner?
Off spinner for Guyana.
Boss. Oh,
Butsy.
oh, Butts, Clyde Butts. So, that happened some time ago.
Yep.
Last year. Didn't pick the name. Clyde Butts. He, at one point, West Indies selector.
West Indies players.
And West Indies player as well, yes. Yes, unfortunate accident. And condolences to his family. Here in the Federation too, we have lost a number of cricketers over the last couple of years. Yeah, James Harris, for example, who would have opened the bowling for the Leeward Islands. Fairly quick bowler. He died suddenly. Of course, we had our own Austin Caleb Brown in Nevis, opening batsman for Nevis for a number of years, who also died. And there are a number of other players around the region. Of course, you could remember players too, like Alfred Corrier, who would have played for the Leeward Islands and for Mountstrat. He would have died a couple of years ago in the US. And he too was a very good all-rounder who played for the Leeward Islands. And you have been speaking of the golden jacket. That is powerfully struck there by Ali Mohammed through the offside and down to the long off boundary for 4. So he seems to be enjoying himself out there, and he seems to be prepared to go after the bowling.
It was there to be hit. It was shorter, wider, and he has good levers because he's a tall player. And the field was up where you want it. You want to see a mid-off, where this was hit over his head, down to the boundary for 4. So the score goes on to 97 for 6, and Ali Mohammed goes on to 12.
Dome will continue from the far end. So Carlisle, I know you must be looking forward to the upcoming 2020 World Cup in the Caribbean.
Must confess I haven't followed a tremendous amount of 2020 cricket recently.
Don't know if you're suggesting that you're not a big fan of 2020 cricket.
I love cricket, all forms of cricket. I stopped to look at young children playing bat and ball.
Just that we don't see much of that these days. Force, that's an upcoming event in June. I think you would have your Leeward Islands tournament slated around that time.
Four. Short and wide and play down to the third man boundary for 4 by Pomal. That gets him run number 6. And the score moves up now to 100. 100 has come up for Guyana, 101 for 6.
Yes, the 100 coming up with that shot, but a very good shot by Pomal. He gave himself room and played it down to third man. He actually played it to the left of third man and away from the fieldsman, and the ball raced away for 4. So a very good shot indeed. And now we see Louis being rested, and for the first time in this match, Hayden Walsh Jr. And I almost forgot that he was in the side.
No, you can't forget Hayden Walsh. He's not one that you can overlook.
Well, certainly,
always busy.
Certainly he was busy with the bat. But he comes into the attack now. Probably Cornwall hoping to mop up the I would not go as fast as the tail, but pick up these remaining 4 wickets. Cornwall holds up play a bit. He is asking for his cap. And now Ali Mohammed decides he wants to. In fact, his cap has been brought out. We've had some 34 overs, Carlisle, in this inning so far. And board is showing 48 overs remaining. Taking on the pad Carlisle, but that seemed to have been going down the onside, the leg side.
I agree. That does not look like it was going to hit anything.
Bowler was not too excited, although some of his teammates were. Ali Mohammed, of course, has the old-fashioned stance where the bat is on the ground and he taps away. Nowadays, the batsmen are in an upright position. He goes back and gets another googly and finds himself in a very awkward position. But Walsh starting with a couple googlies.
Now the forward short leg is going in.
In fact, there are further changes.
Yeah. Mid wicket goes to backward square, and there's a straight mid wicket was come from short backward square.
Oh my goodness, he jogs it over the ropes with him, Durham. And 4 runs in the air for a while, but
To the left of Michael Louis.
And they're not being able to get onto it, too far out of his reach. And in the end, you could safely say that it was a good shot.
A little clumsy by Durham down on the boundary.
Yes, he sort of dragged it over the ropes with him.
Mohammed is on 16 nonetheless, 105 for 6.
So he appears to be a bit of an all-rounder, already taking a 5-4 in this match, and now he's getting some runs. Into that gap once more, 4 more. Between short extra cover and cover, and down to the boundary for 4. So well placed there by Ali Mohammed, picking up another boundary.
109 for 6 at the end of that. Mohammed is on 20 and Promal is on 6.
His 20 has come from 24 deliveries. So these two putting up some resistance for Guyana. Promal and Ali Mohammed. Apart from 1 or 2 deliveries which we have seen bounce a bit from Cornwall, the track continues to play well. And of course this would give one lots of reason to think that this match could easily go into the 4th day. Pomalo running down the track, and when he got to the pitch of the ball, just defended.
End of the over, 109 for 6 Guyana, replying to 352 scored by the Leewards.
So Guyana eating away at the lead. It's now 243. And no doubt they would like to reduce this lead as much as possible. Who knows, they might be entertaining hopes of surpassing this score. But certainly they're not in a very good position to do so. Possibilities, of course, very slim in surpassing this score at 109 for 6. Ali Mohammed seems to have settled a bit, Carlisle. Earlier on, we saw him charging the bowlers. But perhaps realizing that here's an opportunity for him to get a good score under his belt.
He's on 20, and that's his second highest score of the inning so far.
Just had a quicker delivery there from Walsh, dug out by Pomal. And perhaps to realize is that Pomal is defending well, and his chances of getting perhaps maybe a half century or even more looks very good.
Badly lined. That's going to be 4. Down the leg side, and Pomal just got inside it and helped it on its way down to the vacant fine leg boundary, and he picks up 4 to move him on to 10, and it's 114 for 6.
Really strained there on the legs of Pomal. Played it well too. And got it fine and very straight down to the boundary 4. Very fine indeed. These two are building a partnership here.
31. And 31, the partnership between them also being the highest of the innings so far.
Leeward cannot afford to become too complacent at this point. They have picked up 6 wickets, but the job is not done as yet. And too often we have seen teams becoming complacent, and teams have been able to, the other team has been able to wriggle out of bad situations. It's still a very good batting track, and once the batsmen are prepared to apply themselves, they can get some runs.
Short delivery, punch into the offside, brings the fielder off the cover boundary, and he'll get another run. Does Mohammed to take him on to 22, and the score to 115 for 6 Guyana.
Cannot afford to be short on this track, especially the spinners. Gives the batsman lots of time to play the ball. Durham would have picked up 7 wickets, Carlisle, when he debuted as a list A player for the Leewards.
7 in one game.
In one game. But this is a different kettle of fish. This is a 40 game. And he does not look all that dangerous at the moment. Perhaps it comes down to the pitch is being played on.
End of the over, 117 for 6 Guyana. Versami Pomal is on 11. With him is Ali Mohammed on 23. Guyana losing the wickets of Shandapal for no score. Perez for 18. Anderson, he made 10. Nando 19. Savory 5. And Sinclair for 29. Jeremiah Louis has picked up 3 wickets to date. 1 to the run-out route and 1 going to Doran.
Young Joel Andrews left the field. And the senior Beveridge has gone on to substitute for him. Sheena Berridge has a piece of the action immediately, fielding at short mid-wicket. That's a good one, Carlisle.
Leg break this time. And Ali Mohammed played it well.
Seemed to spun sharply. But as you said, Ali Mohammed certainly played it well. But to his credit, though, after the initial rush of blood, Ali Mohammed certainly has settled down.
Another good delivery. Pitching and just holding its own. Going through to the keeper, Jamal Hamilton. It's 117 for 6 Guyana.
Getting some runs here, Ali Mohammed, the second run. Beating the backward point and going down towards the backward point boundary. And the cover had quite some ground. Durham, that is, to cover to his left, to retrieve, and 2 runs.
.39 overs completed. Guyana in this round 2 game. The Hurricanes against the Leewards. The Hurricanes against the Happy Eagles. They are 119 for 6.
Young Andrew, Joel Andrew goes back onto the field and Berridge leaves. Spectators in the southern stands looking quite relaxed. Carlisle, just a couple of them as this one is pushed into the offside for a single. But Carlisle, I don't know if you have ever sat in any of those stands to look at cricket, but you do get a very nice cooling breeze coming through the stands over there. It's rather relaxing. But you being a VIP, I know you would spend most of your time in the VIP stand. Or the VIP box, sorry. Upstairs.
I can assure you that I have also been every part of the ground looking at cricket.
Well, it's
at ground level.
It's important. You get a different feel being at various parts of the ground. And it's good to mingle with the crowd too. But these two have settled. They are batting well. And another single picked up there by Ali Mohammed. Is it time to go back to Colin Archibald, for example? These two look rather comfortable to the spin bowlers, at least from one end. You bring in a medium pacers. But of course, the Leeward Islands, they're only playing two fast bowlers in this match. So they would have to rely heavily on their spinners.
I think just a bit too short, just a bit too predictable by Doran in that over. End of it though, 121 for 6 Guyana.
He has not been troubling the batsmen too much, Durham. And yes, he did pick up a wicket, but for most part, look fairly innocuous. I think though, perhaps they could give Archibald. Louis, we know, would have bowled much more overs than Archibald. Perhaps bring back Archibald for a quick burst at this point, probably from the far end. Just an over 2. These two batsmen look quite comfortable. It's driven into the offside by Ali Mohammed. He moves to 27 with that shot. So he's accumulating runs. Both of these batsmen, they're accumulating runs at this point. 122 for 6.
Another single down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary. And Promal goes on to 13, 123 for 6.
At the moment, it looks quite comfortable to Walsh, who started with a couple of googlies. That the batsmen in a bit of trouble, but they have settled well and they're playing well.
Walsh is pretty much back on target during this over, and he has completed his 4th over, has picked up none for 17. Guyana 123 for 6.
So it's obvious that Durham is going to continue from the far end. He's with the ball now. hands his hat to the umpire. Interestingly, though, speaking of hats, Carl, I noticed that the Guyanese players, they have two different color caps.
And trust me, I don't think that Ali Mohammed is wearing the Guyana cap.
And we even saw that in the field. We saw Chandra Paul in his, what looks like his Guyana cap, and we saw one or two other players with the white cap.
Promal is charging the first delivery, plays it out to backward point. No runs.
But isn't it a given, though, that the team should wear the team's uniform?
Absolutely correct.
This is a good shot by Pamal for 4.
It was short and wide and asked to be hit, and Spank squared the wicket into the offside for 4. This is not smart bowling by Doran.
Durham has been fairly ineffective to me, and I was thinking that it's time to replace him from the far end and probably give Archibald an over or 2, just a quick burst. Of course, there's Terence Ward in the lineup, who bowls off spin. There's also Kofi James, who bowls off spin, so there are options. But the question is, do Cornwall persist with Durham at this stage? He's not really troubling the batsman.
.45-run partnership between these two.
Very good 1-2. Make it 46. And Carla, like I have repeatedly said, there's a different approach now to his batting by Ali Mohammed. At the start of his innings, he was jumping down the track. But now he seemed to have settled nicely. Perhaps Pamal, the experienced Pamal, would have had some words with him, and he would have settled after that. But he's certainly batting a lot better, and a good partnership, just 4 runs away from the 50-run partnership. Both of the batsmen, in fact, looking very comfortable. And if you put on your captain's hat, Carl, would you bring Durham back for another over at this point?
No, but then again, I'm not the captain. He might very well come back and pick up a wicket and make me look foolish.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
You spoke about spectators, Earl, in the old days. I'm sure you would have seen a couple of policemen on top of the police station roof looking at the game.
Yes, certainly, and they have been blocked out with the new structure here at Warner Park. But that was their pavilion.
Full delivery, which is missed by Ali Mohammed, seemed to have been sliding down to the naked eye. We look at it again. Yes, that's missing.
Missing. Full, but missing. Yes,
Good call by umpire Ramdani.
Yes, certainly a good call. But you could hardly see the police station. You're just seeing a bit of the roof. Some antennas. But certainly that was the policemen pavilion. And they had a good view of proceedings here at Warner Park. But since that, the stands have been erected and they have been blocked out. So if they want to have a good view, once it's a paying a fee, they would have to pay and come in at the gate. But even going back to the good old days, Carlisle, once there was cricket, it could have been just a match between St. Kitts and Nevis, and the grounds would have been filled.
Those were big matches, Earl. Hitting in the air safely, 6.
Very good shot indeed. And he picked the right delivery. It was up in his half, and he swung it over long on and over the boundary for 6.
He has gone on to 36 with that strike. Yes, right in the slot and asking to be hit. And he's a big man.
50 partnership would have come up with that blow.
This one is short and pulled down to mid-wicket. 4 more. 6 in fact.
6 in fact, Carlisle.
Consecutive 6s by Ali Mohammed. And he has gone on now to 40. It's 141 for 6.
So the Captain Cornwall would have to do some thinking. Walsh has been roughed up here by Ali Mohammed. Was rushed on to 40 from some 51 deliveries, and he has been having a very good match. 5 wickets, and now perhaps looking to get a 50. The batsman draws away. Walsh is appealing, but certainly the batsman would have pulled away.
It's basic cricket. Batsman is not ready. He draws away. It's never going to be out.
Walsh is still at...
No, Walsh is upset because of the 2 6s.
I like how you put it, Carlisle. This could easily have been another one. It was a short delivery. Kept a bit low though. And Ali Mohammed just turned it around to square leg for a single.
And this is where the coaches earn their money. You have a team 83 for 6. And you have to say to the players that you have to stay focused. It's tea time. So it's 142 for 6 at Guyana. Remember, they went to lunch with the score on 45 for 2. And so in this session, they have added some 97 runs and lost 4 wickets. But they go to tea with the score on 142 for 6. And so the Leewards will have a chance to talk about it, and Ali Mohammed will have a chance then to start focusing on batting longer and getting to a half century. But it's a tea break here on day 2 in the game. Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And the tea, 142 for 6 Guyana, chasing 352. And we're back with you for Play After Tea, which means that we're in the final 2 hours of play for today. Day 2, Leewards, you remember, they were overnight on 299 for 6, bowled out for 352. The 113 going to Michael Louis, and then 77 to Jamal Hamilton, 54 to the captain Cornwall, and Ali Mohammed getting 5 for 69. And Guyana, they are now on 142 for the loss of 6. But that represents a very solid recovery because there were 83 for the loss of 6 wickets. Good afternoon again, Earl Smith.
Good afternoon. And I'm just doing the maths here. 83 from 142. It tells me that there's a partnership of some 59 runs. I'm not too good a mathematician, not as good
You're
as
right.
you, Carlisle. But in fact, it comes up on the screen right now. So this has been a very good partnership between these two.
Really outstanding catch there by the fielder at mid-wicket. A delivery which again saw Ali Mohammed going for his shots. And that looks like one of the taller fielders on the field, so
Louis.
it has to be Louis. Michael Louis. Given some flight and played straight across it, and could only have been him or Doran to do that. Because he jumped, he had to knock it up in the air, and he recovered and took the catch. And so Guyana lost another wicket right after the break again. And so the Leewards have picked up wicket number 7. Excellent catch by Michael Louis.
Tremendous catch they're taken by the young man, and certainly he has been having a very good match and pulling off an excellent catch. And the young man, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, not being able to get to his half century, going immediately after tea. And once again, as you said, the break bringing a wicket for the Leewards. But certainly a very good partnership between these two, Pamal and Ali Mohammed. Some 59 runs broken by Cornwall immediately after tea. But Cornwall has bowled well today. And he always looked as though he was going to pick up a wicket. And this is just reward for some good bowling by Cornwall. But it's Adams now who takes strike. Adams left arm leg spinner, but bats right.
Comes out at number 9 and is tugging this one into the onside from the inner portion of the bat.
Looks like a typical number 11 shot, but that might be an aberration. Perhaps he's a better player than that. Proving me wrong by defending well.
End of the over. Guyana 147 for 9. Looking at 352.
Yes, you did say 9. Probably adding the 2 and 7. Some of you got those figures in.
I'm not sure about the overs remaining. The scoreboard away to our left is saying 43 overs remaining. But the Leewards batted for 8 overs this morning. We have already completed 44, so that's 52. And we have 90 overs in the day's play. 3 overs between innings. So, I'm sure we'll see a correction in due course.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, and hopefully we'll get some confirmation on the number of overs.
Did you, by any chance, captain the Combined Banks team?
Yes, he happened to be the captain of that team.
Because you asked for Colin Archibald to be introduced into the attack, and here he is.
Yes, I certainly thought he should have come back a bit earlier. Well, it's not just a matter of captaining the Combined Banks team, Carla. You know, we have been around cricket a very long time, and at least we have some knowledge of the game. Might not be a lot, but we do.
And an appreciation as to the nuances of the game.
Yes, certainly. Ooh,
Good
that's
shout
so
for
wonderful.
LBW. Not out, says the umpire. And Ramdini has been firm.
Might have been an inside edge also.
Possibly.
Possibly thought of it probably missing off stump, but certainly looked like an inside edge.
Back pad as well.
Of course, the appeal seemed to be a bit stifled in the end. And of course, you can always tell from the reaction of the players, even though they appealed, they immediately got themselves ready for the next delivery.
No ball.
And this is the problem he has been having. The second no ball in this inning so far, bowled 5 in the second innings the other day against the Academy. And this is something he would have to work out himself. Could very well overstep and take the edge through to the keeper. Or perhaps knock back the stump, so he would not like that to happen. So we've seen this so often, bowlers overstepping and an opportunity for a wicket being presented, but having overstepped, that opportunity negated. Would be interesting to see what the makeup of the Leeward Islands team is like when people like Joseph comes back into the team. This particular match they're playing 2 seamers.
I think what is certain, Earl, is that once Joseph is available, he will play.
Definitely. Suspect one of those spinners might have to give way. It's not going to be Cornwall for sure. And I don't think it's going to be Hayden Walsh Jr., although he has not bowled too well today. But I think, though, Joseph would add to the balance of the team.
As we see Adams stepping into his wicket and driving this one down forward of square for a boundary. He goes off the mark with 4, and the score goes on to 147 for the loss of 7. And this is a challenge that you sometimes have with bowlers. You have bowled 5 good deliveries. Why give up a 4?
on the pads, of course. Badly line delivery and tucked off the pads by Adams, backward of square for 4. So you've seen this too often, and
We did say Adams, and I misled you slightly because that's Permal who got that boundary. So he moves on to 22. Adams is yet to get off the mark. And he's squeezing this one out to short backward point, no runs.
the thing about the Leeward's lineup too, Carlisle, is there are a number of bowlers that you could turn to spinners. And of course, these spinners are also considered to be all-rounders. Spinners, let's say batsmen who can bowl. Kofi James, Terence Ward. But Adams is defending well. I heard you mention of Edwards too being with the team from St. Martin. And he would have done fairly well with the West Indies youth team.
Very well, in fact. And he's not a slouch with the bat either. He helped us to win a game with his batting.
Yes. Yes, definitely. See some folks going across the ground. Let us see if they have cricket sense. In fact, they're waiting. In fact, they have taken another direction, but I guess they realize that they should not be crossing the side screen while play is in progress. But Leeward has struck right after tea, and 7 wickets are down, and they would be looking to close off this innings as quickly as possible.
205 runs ahead at the present moment, the Leewards. And of course, they'd be looking for a sizable lead on Guyana.
Yes, I would expect them to bat again, even if they have a 150 lead, which is the required score for a team to be asked to follow on. But I think, though, they would be looking to wrap up this as quickly as possible and get a bigger lead as possible over the Guyana team. They'll be looking for some cushion because we have seen teams leading by a lot and then batting badly and losing the game. India led by 190 the other day against England, and they lost in the end by some 23 runs or thereabout. So Leewards would be looking, no doubt, to get these wickets as quickly as possible and start the innings this afternoon. Lots of time left in this game. We are only in day number 2. And this is a 4-day affair. Carlisle, you said we will be back here on the 4th day. But the way this game is progressing, who knows? It could be well over before the 4th day, but we just have to wait and see how things progress.
Have been around cricket too long to call it from so early.
I'm not calling it really. I'm just suggesting that there are possibilities. And based on the way the pitch is playing, I'm pretty certain that the Guyanese team would bat a lot better in the second innings. And then there's a question of Leeward's having to decide how long they would bat for a second time. Of course, they would like to get a bigger lead as possible. And Guyana, no doubt, will be looking to restrict them to a low score as possible.
Just a little too wide from Archibald. He needs to get the ball closer and force the batsman to play. So far in the over, he has not forced the batsman to play.
Switching his line of attack from over to around. So do you think Guyana could win this match?
Absolutely, this is cricket. Don't count out any of the results at all. Collapse by the Leewards in the second inning. Good batting performance by Guyana the second time around. As I said to you, I've been around too long to discount any possibilities in cricket.
So that is why it is so critically important for the Leewards to try and get these last 3 wickets as quickly as possible. So they would have a bit of a cushion. The bigger the lead, the safer they would feel, of course.
Still have over 200 overs left in the game.
So, game far from over. Of course, these are important runs as Adams edges down to third man and picks up 2.
End of the over, 150 for 7. 150 for Guyana coming up.
And another landmark for the Guyanese team. And there would now be some 202 runs behind the Leeward Islands first innings total. Pomaldo has batted well in this inning so far. He's only on 23. He has been there for some 51 deliveries.
Friend of mine messaged me, Earl, and he wants to know what's the distance from Bastia to Charlestown pier to pier and the cost. Is an 11-mile trip.
Yes,
Just
I
an
know,
11-mile
it to be
trip.
an 11-mile trip.
And $30, and you have to pay a $1 tax. And then I'll also tell you that from Reggae Beach into Orly Beach in Nevis, that one is just a 2-mile trip. The price is the same, $30. And the tax from Nevis to St. Kitts is $5. From St. Kitts to Nevis, it's free.
Missed an important part, the Carlisle. Transportation from Reggae Beach.
You mean from Reggae Beach into where you're staying on St. Kitts?
That's
Well,
right.
they didn't ask me about that, so I didn't volunteer that information.
That is very critical, and they would need to know, because it's 40 US just to get into Bastia from Reggae Beach. So if they have someone who is picking them up, well,
That's fine.
that's fine, yes. But
Or if they have a rent-a-car.
yeah, exactly. But a taxi, be prepared to pay 40 US, which is just about 105 EC or thereabout.
One of these days, somebody in St. Kitts will decide to run a passenger bus service from Reggae Beach. And if the price that they charge is reasonable, I'm sure that they will do good business.
I think so. I think that's a very good idea. I'm retired, so I will not think in terms of venturing into such business.
And Earl, like you, I'm enjoying retirement.
But that's a very good idea, Carlisle. And I've always thought so.
First delivery by Colin Archibald. He has been a bit unlucky, hasn't he? He's bowling well. This delivery to Adams was edged and just out of the grasp of a diving Hamilton and down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, to the right of Hamilton, the left of Cornwall, who's at first slip. And just out of the reach of Hamilton.
Would not have carried to Cornwall.
Certainly not. It was some distance away from him.
I'm going to take a look at it again because it seemed to me as if Hamilton was a bit wrong-footed.
We do not expect.
Yes, you see that left foot moving towards the leg side, and so he was a little bit off-balanced.
Yes, that's correct. That is very correct. And of course, we do not expect Cornwall to be diving to his left.
Or to his right.
Or to his right.
157 for 7. 154 for 7, correction, Guyana. Adams is on 6. He's on strike. Promal is on 23. It's good bowling. Archibald has settled into a nice groove here. Has just picked up the 1 wicket. 1 for 39 and he's in his 11th over.
Yes, certainly he has come back well. Started poorly, but has certainly come back well. And should have had another wicket or 2. But Carlisle, you would have been getting a lot of feedback from fans. How is the... do a lot of people in Nevis look at the cricket on the YouTube and Facebook platform?
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of my very good friends and father to some of our young cricketers yesterday corrected me. He said that you, Mr. Powell, you said that Louis Michael has been around the team for a long time, and people would think that he has been in the team and that he has not been scoring. So you have to make a correction. When you say he has been around the team, say he has been practicing with the team.
A very observant, I would say pundit, because these guys are pundit.
And knowledgeable.
And very knowledgeable. I've
Short
learned that
delivery.
over the years.
And Adams is evading it by ducking. And the score remains 154 for 7. So we are told that yesterday there were over 17,000 views on our page. It means that people are looking. Here is Archibald. This one is driven in the air. It's going down to third man for 4 off the outer portion of the bat and safely. So that 4 takes the score to 158 for 7, Guyana. Adams moves on to 10. And that's 158 for 7 at the end of that over.
And the lead now going below 200, Carlisle. And the lead, of course, just about 100 and
94.
94, 194 the lead. I'm a bit slow with the maths, of course.
I'm also told, Earl, that just about 1,000 people are looking at us right now. And they have been very complimentary with respect to the appreciation of the camera work by our crew. And so we are saying, well done to our camera guys. Driven in the air over long on for 6. First delivery of the over. And Permal was having some of that.
Very good shot indeed. Good use of the feet by Pommel and getting to the pitch and driving it straight for 6. A wonderful shot indeed by Pommel, and that would take his score to 29.
And he has been using his feet and attempting to get to the pitch of the deliveries for a long time. This time he succeeded and has brought up a 6 to take him on to 29. And the score goes on to 164 for 7 Guyana.
Most importantly, too, the lead goes to 188. Reducing the lead bit by bit. And just to comment on the broadcast, I was listening back some of the broadcasts on YouTube, and I was very impressed with the sound quality. The clarity of the sound. Very clean, as we say locally.
Here is a note from Kuma Rodney, who is a West Indies Cricket Board director, and he says he's enjoying the comments and the information. Thank you very much, Kuma.
Say good afternoon to Kuma Rodney. Chap I would have met on a number of occasions. IT in St. Kitts. Well, there's a Kuma here that has a grocery, but this is another Kuma Rodney who has been an official. In fact, at one point would have managed the Leeward Islands team. And he's been around Leeward Islands cricket for some time. But Pomal seemed to have gone into third gear now. He was stepping out and driving Cornwall down to long on for a single this time. Kuma sounds like an Indian, but he's not an Indian. And the Kuma with the grocery, he's in fact an Indian. And over the years affiliated with one of the most popular supermarkets in St. Kitts, Rams Supermarket, but he has branched out on his own now.
Windward Islands are 311 for 6. Remember, this is in reply to Barbados 214 all out. And so the Windwards closing in on a 100 lead there with still 4 wickets in hand.
So the Windwards continue to do well, continue to play well. They won their opening match. What we have seen too, we have seen a number of, in recent times, a number of Windward Island players making their way onto West Indies, onto the West Indies teams. We had Hodge, for example, who played in that test match in Australia. He played very well, got some good scores, and impressed. And of course, this Athanaze, who did not really live up to expectation on that tour.
Trinidad and Tobago bowled out for 329. Gooley 113. And the Academy already in trouble. They are 4 for 1.
So we can almost safely say that one will be through by tomorrow.
I would think so, unless the Academy put up a really solid fight batting the second time around.
Well, they'll need more than a solid fight. They'll need to go a bit beyond that.
We'll also tell you about the Jamaica Scorpions game. Combined colleges, you remember, made 307. And when you look at the response, it's a strong one by Jamaica. They are 169 for 1. 110 to Chadwick Walton.
It's a very strong response indeed. 110 from 169.
And he's not out. 110 not out. From 169.
From 169. That is very good from Chadwick Walton. Very experienced, has been around for some time. Would be in his late 30s now. I think he's somewhere around 37, 38. And they're doing quite well. But he has been playing a lot of cricket, a lot of T20 cricket. So he has been very active.
Do you remember a song by a certain Dr. Slinger Francisco? Said age is just a number.
Just a number. And with the fitness programs nowadays, and a lot of the players, they're getting exposed to different franchises and so on, they could keep themselves very fit, especially if you're a batsman.
It's 168 for 7, Guyana. Promall is on 31. Adams is on 10.
Carlyle, I almost forgot that you have dabbled in the field of calypso. Now you mention age is just a number. I understand that you have been writing calypsos.
Haven't written one recently. I do have a calypso show on a Monday night on a station called 2020 Vision Radio. Every Monday night we talk and play calypso.
So very much involved in the art form. Talking of calypso to Carlisle, just to stray a bit from the cricket, certainly over the years the calypso standard in Nevis has gone up quite a bit. I must say though that here in St. Kitts it seemed to have dropped tremendously, but that is just my opinion.
And opinions, everybody has one. It's just like your nose. An opinion I was told by a friend of mine many years ago is the lowest form of fact. This is good, sensible batting by Adams. He's on 10. With him is Promall on 31. And I'm sure that both of them recognize that, listen, every single run that they can chip away from this lead would be important. And so there is no hurry to give up the wickets.
It's gone down to 184. And as you look at Adams, you see him every minute rehearsing his shot. He has shown sound defense so far and is supporting Promall very well.
Single to Adams to take him on to 11. It's 169 for the loss of 7. And that's the score at the end of the over.
So as the shadows from the pole in the southwestern section begin to come across the field, it remains very bright here at Warner Park. excellent weather. In fact, the clouds seem to have all disappeared except just for a few fluffy clouds as we look out towards Nevis. And quite in contrast to the weather we had last week. In fact, last week Thursday we would have lost the whole day's play.
And still had a result.
Here at Warner Park, of course.
The drainage is fantastic.
It is fantastic.
Change of bowling from the far end. And Doran is back into the attack as the captain is bringing his long on off the boundary up to mid-on.
Well, he's bowling to Adams, of course. It was been the lesser of the two in terms of aggression. He's prepared just to lend support to Pomal, who is on 31, but he has quietly gone on to 11. So he's not only lending support, but he's contributing also with the bat. He has already contributed 11 runs to his team. So you could say that the guy in his team, they're fighting at this point. And you would have said a while ago that they would realize that everyone scored would bite into the lead and perhaps make it easier for them to save this game. And who knows? Try and bowl out the Leeward Islands cheaply and give themselves a chance. But I'm not too certain though if I might have gone back to Durham at this stage. In his first spell, he was rather ineffective. Perhaps so we might see Louis coming back shortly, but from the media center end. As Durham closes out and over. So let's see what we have here now. So it appears as though Louis might be coming into the attack from the media center end. He's there having some words with Cornwall, dwarfed by Cornwall, of course. Seems as though this is Louis' favorite end also. Prefers the ball from the media center end. Having some words with his younger brother.
Getting some bowling tips from his younger brother.
Just imagine that.
He's probably saying to him, listen, I made 100. If you want to equate me, you have to get 5 wickets in the inning. But Louis, who is coming back, had an unfortunate incident just before the start of this tournament, in that he lost everything in a house fire.
It's very unfortunate indeed. But he's a resilient lad, and I'm sure he'll bounce back from that. Starts well.
As the cargo ship comes sailing into the port here in Bastia in St. Kitts. He was advancing again, Promal, and just playing inside the line of that one. But every now and again, he does advance towards the bowlers as if he wants to play very aggressively.
Not only did he advance down the track, but he seemed to have moved across also. But he has been solid though, as he defends well at that time. But as the Guyana team continues to bat, as the innings progress, it would suggest to me that there's still a lot of cricket to be played in this match, and Leewards, they're not going to walk over the Guyanese team that easily.
2 deliveries left in the over, and I say good afternoon to listeners in all the constituent members of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, from the US Virgin Islands to the British Virgin Islands, St. Martin, Anguilla, Montserrat, St. Kitts, Nevis, Antigua.
Interesting you mentioned that, Carlisle. And there's talk of Leeward Islands tournament coming up in June. How many of these teams do you expect to be participating in the tournament?
Well, the board did set a timeline for members to indicate their availability and willingness to participate. And so I'm sure that we'll hear from the CEO, Peter Abraham, just how many members have indicated, and then it will go to fixtures so that we can know who will play who, when and where.
You know, of course, as this one is pushed into the offside for runs by Pomal, picks up 2. We know, of course, that in terms of transportation, it's very challenging from places like St. Thomas and the British Virgin Islands, St. Martin to a lesser extent. There's a ferry that travels between St. Kitts and Nevis on a weekly basis. So it might be a bit of a challenge for those 2 teams in particular. The question is, how much cricket is still being played in the British Virgin Islands? Of course, speaking of British Virgin Islands, mainly Tortola, and how much cricket is being played in St. Thomas. We know they used to use the Adelita Cancoin grounds in St. Thomas for cricket. They would have had regional matches there also, but now that has been taken over since some hurricane they had some time ago, and no cricket is being played there. So folks from St. Thomas would have to go over to St. Croix to play cricket. So there are challenges in those 2 constituencies in particular. And you being a politician would like the word constituency. So I guess it's just a matter of waiting and seeing which teams would show up for the tournament. Durham continues. And the partnership also continues between these 2. It's now down to 179 runs, the lead. Adams is making some adjustment to his helmet. And some adjustment to the field also. Kofi James goes from forward short leg to silly point. So the Happy Eagles, who of course are defending champions, are fighting. They're not going down that easily.
Out. Out, caught easy as you like it. A delivery which was pitched just about on the off stump and straightening. And he steered it to slip, and the big man Cornwall caught it as easy as you like. Just stuck down that big left hand and grabbed it. And so wicket number 8 goes for Guyana. It's Adams who is gone for 13, and it's 173 for 8.
Well, that's easy like Sunday morning. Done it quite easily. A very good catch. One-handed, left-handed catch there by Cornwall. And well done by the big man. So, the breakthrough coming for the Leeward Islands. 173 it is for 8. And the lead now 179. The Happy Eagles.
It looks like Cardogan coming out.
Yes, Cardogan. Cannot mistake that 101 on his back.
And the wicket fell off the last ball of the over.
Well, proving me wrong. I was just begging for the captain to take Durham out of the attack, but he eventually got that breakthrough. And that, of course, would be second wicket. There was 2 for 31. So 8 wickets are down. And just one more batsman left in the pavilion. Of course, that's the tall, lanky Isaiah Thorne, the opening bowler. Spomall is defending up to mid-off, but that could easily have been a single. Mid-off is deep, Michael Louis, and Pomall refused to take that single.
Field changes. Mid-on has gone to extra cover. Deep backward square has come to mid-on. Long leg has gone to deep backward square.
Keeping the batsman guessing, of course.
Going across his stumps and having just a big heave at this delivery. And it goes through for the keeper to take. Guyana 173 for 8. Trailing by 179.
That shot from Pomol suggests to me that he's looking to go after the bowling at this stage and try to get as much runs as possible with just the two last batsmen left. So we have had some 4 deliveries in this over. And Pamal probably would be looking for a single. And I would have hoped that Cornwall would be looking to stop that single. There's a single down to backward point. Now Louis is having some words. Yes, Louis is very alert to the game. Let's see. He's asked. Yes, he certainly he's very alert to the game. Louis has brought in that man from backward point and asks his long off to go to mid off. Here's Cornwall flashing, Pamal flashing at one outside the off stump.
He's also brought mid on tighter.
Yes.
They're all saving one.
Yes. Yeah. And as I've said, there's a thing called game awareness. And Louis, while his captain was having a chat in slips, he was very cognizant of the fact that he needed to stop that single.
Which he gets down to the backward square. And so he'll keep the strike. The score is 174 for 8. 34 is per all. And so we remind you that is in response to 352 made by the Leewards in 99 overs and 2 balls. And so this morning batting for 8 overs and 2 balls.
So Durham will continue. And Pamal, of course, is looking to get runs at this point, so perhaps giving the bowler a chance of getting him out. We've seen so often batsmen farming the strike from other batsmen, and then they are the ones who end up getting out, leaving what is considered to be the lesser batsman stranded.
Have you been to Guyana, Earl?
Never.
You're missing out. You have to get down to the mainland and get to Guyana.
I've never been to Guyana.
Absolutely beautiful country.
And I'm sure it's a country that I would enjoy. Oh, here's Durham with a bit of gamesmanship. Pamal was stepping out, and Durham aborted.
First time I went to Guyana with the Leeward's team as manager. We played at Albion. When we turned up the morning, I was thinking to myself that perhaps the grounds people were late in getting the gates open. There were so many people outside the ground. And when we entered, it was almost a packed Albion Stadium. But then again, we had some fantastic players in the team. Those were the days of Ambrose and Kenneth Benjamin, Keith Atherton, Stuart Williams, Ridley Jacobs, Dave Joseph. We had a good team.
Number of test players you're calling there.
Absolutely. Hit in the air, bringing the fielder off the long on boundary, takes the catch easily. And so Pamal goes and Doran gets wicket number 3.
Well, Carlisle, I don't want to say I called it, but this has happened so often. Farming the strike. And in the end, he's the one who gets out, leaving the other batsman in. And it's time for some refreshment, a water break, so we'll take a short break.
We're back. As Doran continues to bowl, he's bowling to Thorn, who is behind it, finds extra cover. Guyana, 174 for 9. Weighing over number 56.
So 174 for 9. And last pair at the crease. A lead of 178. And we could very well see Leeward's batting this afternoon.
Hit in the air, and there's a fielder chasing across from wide, long off, and they have a single. So Thorn has opened his account. He's on 1. He can tell anybody, I played in a match, and in the first inning, I scored more than my teammate Joel Andrew.
Certainly. Certainly. And it might be a question of bragging rights later.
But trust me, remember this fellow Joel Andrew. He has a good touch about him. Thorn will be facing up to Louis. Number 18 is Jeremiah Louis. And his brother has number 53 on his back. Steering it down to third slip.
There's another Louis brother, of course, so I understand bats very well too, but recently would not have shown too much interest in the game. So there's quite a bit of talent in that family. His father, of course, originally from Dominica. Came to St. Kitts as a security officer at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and then left to get into his own business, importing produce from his country, Dominica, and has done quite well over the years too. In fact, at one point he would have put together his own cricket team. So he would have invested a lot in his children.
Short delivery, played away on the onside by Thorn. Guyana 175 for 9.
And I'm sure he must be a very proud man. The way he's...
You think he's working today, or he's in the park looking at the game?
He might be at home looking at the stream, but I know he would either be in the park. If he was in the park, I might have seen him somewhere on the right. He's his own boss.
Hooked down to mid-wicket. It won't reach the boundary, but they'll have a couple of runs as it's pulled back just inside the mid-wicket boundary. And so Thorn gets another 2. He moves up to 3. Well, good afternoon, Jerry Louis, Senior.
Senior. Pretty good cricketer himself. Seam bowler. Had the ability to swing the ball and seam it. Very steady.
You sure you're not saying it because you want some yams?
No, I played cricket with him. He actually played with Combined Banks. I played cricket with him, and he was a bowler you could rely on. Could bat a bit too, but a very knowledgeable cricketer.
This one is hit in the air, and it will land safely out in the cover area. Another 2 runs to Thorn. And so he moves up to 5, and they score to 179 for 9. Current partnership of 5.
Thorn has been businesslike. He's looking to score runs. And he has picked up 5 of them so far.
Still trailing by 173 Guyana.
but at the same time reducing the lead.
Jeremiah Louis is looking for his 4th wicket. Hit in the air, and this one will be out caught. No, he's dropped it. Colin Archibald got to it, got it in his hands, and for some unknown reason he spilled it. And I keep telling players there is no such thing as an easy catch. You catch it, and then you have it. You're sure that it's in the bag. Maybe just a little bit casual was Colin Archibald. You have to get to it quickly, settle, and take it.
Well, Isaiah Thorne obviously thinks that there's a lot of space in the air. You have seen him hit a number of the livers in the air and been lucky to get away.
Doran, and he's swinging high, hard, and handsome. Is Thorne, and they'll get a couple more runs.
Seems as though I spoke out of turn, Carl. I was just getting a call from the father, Jeremiah Louis, but I'll get back to him later on.
Score is 182 for 9. Well, if you tell me where to find his stall, I think I'll take some sweet potatoes to Nevis, if he has.
Well, he's listening, so I am certain he would get in contact with you. But I don't think at this point he might have a stall around, but he certainly would be listening. But Carlisle, interestingly though, over the years, we would have depended on some of the Windward Islands, like Dominica in particular, for basically oranges. But nowadays we depend on them for yams, as you say, sweet potatoes,
bananas, plantains,
everything.
He's hitting this one in the air again, high, hard, and handsome, and hitting it out of the ground. In fact, for 6 is Thorne. And every time he does something like that, Archibald would be saying, "What did I do?"
It's a mighty blow struck there by Thorne. In fact, prior to that, he had changed his bat. And who knows, that might be a bit heavier than the previous one. And his intention was to go over the top.
And it went way over the top. Score has pushed on to 188 for 9. Thorne is on 14.
Lead now 164.
And it's the end of the inning because he was advancing, missed it completely. Jamar Hamilton has a stump into his name in this inning. And so Thorne has gone for 14. And the Guyana team are all out for 188.
Yes, that one was always on the cards. Thorne looking to hit everything out of the park. Jumped down at the bowler and missed it completely and was thumped. So Durham picking up another wicket.
4.
And in fact getting 4 for 40 from 12.3 overs. So Durham having the last laugh. And Leeward's leading by some 164 runs, and I suspect that they're going to bat again. In fact, it seems as though Cornwall would have been indicating to the umpires the roller he would like. I don't expect them to be inserting the Harpy Eagles again with just a lead of 164. Perhaps if it was 364, he might have decided to bat again also. But we'll take a short break and be back for the Leeward Islands second innings. Well, we've had one delivery so far, an appeal by the Guyanese Happy Eagles, but umpire Danny signaling going down the leg side. Thorne is the bowler in operation from the far end. And welcome back, Carlisle. Leeward's enjoying a lead of 164 in 4 innings. Dug out by Louis, the informed Louis. As the shadows begin to lengthen. Of course, Guyana has not gone on a full-out attack. There is a man on the point boundary. It's Chandra Paul. It's a long leg. He's driving up to cover, but can't score. So advantage Leeward Islands up to this point. And I'm pretty certain that the Guyana, the Happy Eagles would be looking to pick up some quick wickets here this afternoon. Driven now towards a wideish long on position for 4. That's a good shot from Louis.
Always looked like 4. It was a full toss on the legs, and he just helped it away to the deep and wide mid-wicket boundary for 4.
I've been told, Carla, that we have 19 overs left in the day's play.
Sounds more like it.
In fact, 18 overs after this one. Scoreboard is showing 30 overs remaining, but I've been officially informed that it's 19 overs. Do the fence.
With 18 overs, it still means that we'll do some overtime this afternoon.
Well, let's hope the paymaster is already calculating his overtime fees. But on a serious note, though, the Guyanese team would be looking to probably pick up some wickets this afternoon and set back the Leeward Islands a bit, put pressure on them.
Edging, but falling safely in front of the fielders that slip. And so 1 over gone. The Leewards are 4 for no loss.
Question to Carlisle is how much of the fast bowlers Guyana would be using this afternoon, whether or not they would go to spin quickly.
I'm sure that they will. Any surprise that it's Paxton who is taking the new ball in preference to Ali Mohammed?
Yes, I'm certainly surprised, but it seems as though he's the designated first change bowler, Ali Mohammed. But the point is, if a man is in form, then you up to go with him. But at the same time, too, there are some bowlers that do not bowl the new cherry very well. So that could be a consideration. But it would not have been any harm in going for Ali Mohammed, who picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. But it's Cadogan. Starts well, on target, defended by Kofi James. The young bowler I was trying to remember for Guyana is Niall Smith. He probably would have formed part of the Guyanese squad, but he was injured. So he is not in the squad this year. I don't know the extent of his injury, but he has been doing quite well for Guyana, not only at the regional level, but he did quite well for them at CPL. Now this is an opportunity for people like Kofi James to put a good score on the board. And they certainly, in fact, they're getting a second run here.
From some sloppy cricket by Guyana. Thrown in from the fielder coming off the backward square leg boundary. Nobody was backing up and it went into the offside. And so they got another run. Yes. Kofi James is on 2 and it's 6 for no loss.
Yes, Carl, I was saying that with some players coming back for the next game. And I'm sure some of these players will be looking to do well so that it makes it difficult for selectors to leave them out. But Kofi James, who previously was vice captain of the Leeward Islands team, now it's Casey Carty. Don't know if the fact that he was made vice captain that would have shown great faith in him.
Guyana, they have a sweeper on the backward point boundary, and he was brought into play for that delivery as James gets his 3rd run, and the Leewards are 7 for no loss, leading by 171.
Of course, Guyana would be looking to save as many runs as possible and try to keep things tight. But still a lot of time left in this game. Another 2 days after this one. And another 17 overs. In fact, another 16 overs after this one. In fact, 19 overs allotted to the Leeward Islands to bat this afternoon. So this is the 2nd over in the inning. So 17 overs after this one in today's play. And we expect that we will get them in. Light is very good at this point.
Lovely shot. It was pitched up to Michael Louis and he just came forward and stroked it beautifully straight back down on the onside of the track for 4. He goes on to 8 and the score is on 11 for no loss Leewards.
Great shot indeed by Louis. And a feature of his batting so far is that he has been able to put the bad deliveries away. And once he's given the slightest of opportunity, he pounces on deliveries and put them away to the boundary. He has shown too that he has some power. And in his 100, we saw him getting, I think it was 5 sixes, a number of sixes, powerfully struck. So he's not a one-dimensional player. And he certainly has an array of shots. He's a very tall man. And as Carlisle would have said earlier on, someone picked him out as the fast bowler as opposed to his shorter brother, Jeremiah.
Shot. There's a fielder sweeping though, and so they'll just have a couple of runs. And this is good running by the Leewards.
Yes, good running. Shanja Paul had some running to do from his position. on the point boundary. He had to move a bit to his right. And he had a long way to return that one. And they ran on the return, they ran on the arm. And capitalizing well. Quickly moving between the stumps and picking up 2 runs.
You caught him with his 2 feet together on that occasion, and he got the inside edge and went between himself and the stumps and down to long leg. He got a single, Kofi James. So he has now moved his score on to 6. Leeward's a 14 for no loss.
Overall lead of 178. Having led on first innings by 164.
I think they will want to see that in excess of 300.
Yes, certainly. Lots of time left in the game. And not just in excess, well in excess too. Monopack track normally gets easier and easier to bat on as the game progresses. So the Leewards would like to have some position of safety in this game in terms of the runs they give the Guyana team to chase. Young Thorne seemed to have recovered well from what looked like cramps yesterday, and he's really charging in, but guilty of being a bit too short though.
That's good running, good thinking. Delivery which was knocked down and is followed through by Thorne. And Louis and James grasped the opportunity to pick up a single. And so that's excellent rotation of the strike. 15 for no loss. The Leewards batting a second time around with a lead of 168 on first inning.
So actually it's 164.
Thank you.
And 16 for no loss. The scoreboard showing 15. So we'll get that sorted out. So it's a lead of 179. Scoreboard still showing 27 overs remaining in the display. Still early days yet, 4:38 by my watch. But Carlisle, this has been a day to pull out the camera as we look to our left, rather picturesque scene there. Nevis in the background. Very pleasant Thursday afternoon. Cadogan continues though.
sweet, sweet pull shot by Michael Louis. Drop shot, he missed the previous one. Not this time. He was across, shifted the weight onto his back foot, and smoked it over the forward of square boundary for a beautiful 6 by Michael Louis.
Wonderful shot indeed by the young man. And he's really in a rich vein of form at the moment. Ball being stopped from going onto the football field by a fence. Certainly powerfully struck.
He's in good touch. Scored 122 against Nevis in the warm-up game. And batted for a long period of time as well. He looked like somebody who wanted to play for the Leewards. Nice, nice. Coming forward and driving sweetly down to long on for 4. Oh, this is great batting by Michael Louis.
And certainly batting, one can look at all day. Nicely timed shot there. To the left of Ali Mohammed, who is at mid-on. And the ball raced away for 4. Wonderful timing indeed.
Now they have taken out the third slip. And he's moving into extra cover. And so offering just a bit more protection to the bowler. He's playing and missing this one. And there is some excitement behind him. But then again, these fielders go up for every single thing.
It was mostly from Savory, the wicketkeeper. The bowler himself didn't seem to be interested in that one. Wicketkeeper appealing for what he considered to be an edge, what he thought to be an edge. But obviously that one had missed everything.
Driving firmly is Louis. And getting this down to the fielder at mid-off. He gets a single to take him on to 20. And the Leewards are 26 for no loss. Remember, you have to add to that a lead of 164 on first inning.
So it's 190 ahead, the Leeward Islands.
Well, I was doing a game recently as an umpire. And some players who play for Nevis were on the fielding side. I won't name the side. And a loud shout went up for LBW. And I turned to one of the leading appealers and I asked him, would you like me to send you for that? He said, no, that's not out. So I asked him, so why are you appealing? He said, well, the others went up, so I went up as well.
Rather interesting. That's following the leader.
Louise getting a delivery outside the off stump. And again, it's tailing away nicely towards the slips. But it's too short to force Louis to play.
Too short and probably pitched too wide also. Needs to be a bit closer to the stumps.
But Thorn has shown that he has something that you can work with.
Yes, and he really runs in hard. Oh, that's a wonderful delivery.
Closer, forcing him to play.
Seemed to have nipped back slightly also. Bowler who really hits the pitch hard also. Chandra Paul has the best spot in the ground. He's sheltered there by the Jumbotron. Big shadow cast onto the field. So in a very cool area.
The captain has given the bowler another catcher behind the wicket. And this one is bringing Louis forward and he's dragging it from the inner portion of the bat back down the track to the bowler.
Carlisle, how difficult do you think it is for a batsman who has done well in the first inning, scored 100, to get a good score in the second innings?
Not difficult at all. That's his trade. He's in the side for batting, and he should want to bat until the captain says, come.
And he should also have the confidence, having scored well in the first innings.
Driving firmly again and through the fielder, that looks like Permal down at mid-on. Through him down to the boundary for 4. And so Louis will take that. He's moved on to 24, and the Leewards are 30 for no loss.
Guyana could ill afford to give her runs at this point, and that one going through the experience from all. And there's no backup behind him.
You hear about the long barrier? That was in no barrier.
Yes, certainly. And giving away 4 runs that time.
But it seems to be coming from the middle of the bat for Michael Louis.
Yes, a wonderful shot indeed, and showing excellent timing. But Carlisle, we have seen so often, once a player gets a good score in the first innings, second time around, they fail to do well. And this has been one of the shortcomings of our players over the years, consistency.
Every single inning starts at naught. And if you're in, you stay in. If you're in good form, you use your form. Good delivery again. And beaten this time, Michael Louis. It's the end of the over. Louis is on 24. Leewards are 30 for no loss.
I think we could see a bowling change here. I saw the captain Anderson beckoning to Carrigan to remain in his position. In fact, we are going to see the anticipated bowling change, and the man who took 5 wickets in the first innings comes into the attack, Ali Mohammed.
Not only took 5 wickets, but he top scored for Guyana.
He's been having a wonderful match.
He's 41. He's a top score for Guyana.
So, showing some all-round skills there for Guyana. We see Permal becoming part of the conversation. Permal, a former captain for Guyana, giving some advice, and looking at this guy in his team, he is probably the most experienced of the players out there. I think at one point when he was captain, he actually gave up the captaincy during that particular season. Could have been last year.
Here we see a single by Kofi James. Delivery turned into the onside. And I tell you what, there was an attempted run out. The bails are still intact at both ends. But you did hear, how is that?
In fact, it was not even close in terms of stumps and ball. Not a very smooth run up by any means. Seems to be a slight hesitation as he approaches the crease. But it has worked well for him so far in this match, having picked up 5 wickets in the first innings.
Single to Mickey Louis takes him up to a quarter century, and there were cheers for Palmer when he stopped that one.
Yes. But Leeward Islands, though, going at a very good rate, 5.82 runs per over.
What is more important is that all 10 wickets are intact to date.
Most of the runs, of course, being scored by Louis so far. Some 25 of them from 25 deliveries. So he's going at a run of ball. He would have had most of the strike, though. James just facing some 9 deliveries for his 7 runs. So he too would have a fairly good strike rate. Just that he has not faced too many deliveries. So we are over number 6 coming to an end, so we should have another 13 overs after this. The scoreboard showing 25. But we will get further confirmation.
Another single as this is pushed into the onside by Kofi James. Gets him run number 8, and at the end of that over, the Leewards are 33 for no loss.
So another a good start here by the Leewards, 33 for no loss. Scoreboard, though, Carlisle needs to get the correct information up. This, of course, is a guide to the on-field umpires. And so turn continues. And he's pushed into the offside for a single. So probably need to confirm the number of overs left in the day's play.
At least one of the games in St. Kitts seems to be heading towards an early conclusion. Trinidad and Tobago made 329, and the Academy in their first innings, they had scored 163 and are now 68 for 3. So the Academy trailed the Red Force by 93 runs and 7 wickets remaining. Tomorrow is day 3. Good running by the Leewards as Louis comes forward and drops it away into the onside. And Kofi James was a very willing partner. They raced through for a run. And so the score goes on to 35 Mickey Louise on 26. In the game, Barbados Pride against Windward Island Volcanoes. Barbados 214 and 14 without loss. And the Windward Islands 325. So Barbados Pride trail by 97 with all 10 wickets in hand. Good shot there, but going straight down to the fielder at mid-off. And no runs. Combined campuses 307 and Jamaica in reply 213 for the loss of 2 wickets. Chadwick Walton is not out on 141. Kirk Mackenzie, the second wicket to go, he was out for 9. Bonner is in now, he's on 2. Here at Warner Park, the Leewards batting a second time around, 35 for no loss, and the lead on first innings by 164. End of the over, James remains on 9, Louis on 26, and the Leewards, after 7 overs, are 35 for no loss. Told that there are 11 overs remaining in the day's play.
Including this one, of course. One ship is leaving the harbor.
Single to Louis to take him up to 27. Leeward's a 36 for no loss. And we're in the middle of over number 8.
Well, I stand to be corrected. It could very well be we are in over number 8. So It could be 11 overs after this one. Initially, we were told the Leewards would have some 19 overs to bat.
Lead by the Leewards is 200.
And effectively 200 without loss. I don't think so. Obviously missing leg Carlo. But, as you keep saying, they'll appeal for anything. Tuckett, of course, the presiding umpire now from this end. Umpires have been switched in.
Second cruise ship is leaving the harbor.
It's just about time. It's about 5 p.m.
End of the over. Leeward's 36 for no loss. Michael Louise on 27. And he's following up on his 113 in the first inning.
And I'm pretty certain that he would like to get another good knock. And this would be good for the young man. And of course, he will be showing consistency if he does get another good innings here. It's looked good so far.
Change of bowling. Adams is the first of the spinners that we'll see.
Yes, and surprisingly ahead of Famal. But I don't know if Famal is being punished for his fielding earlier on. But certainly you might have thought that Famal would have been brought on ahead of Adams. But Anderson, the captain, knows it best.
It's a left-arm spinner like Promo.
Very similar. Both bowlers very short. So you will not expect them to get much bounce from the track. These two players are running aggressively, James and Michael Louis. And we have seen them take a number of sharp singles. But what has been good though, the response to the call has been immediate. There's not been any hesitation up to this point. James looking for a non-existent single sent back by his partner Louis. Finds Chandapal at cover. And he can't score. Ball traveling quickly up to Chandapal, who's at cover. umpire Tuckett on the offside, obviously affected by the sun standing at square leg.
Good over, just one from it. And the Leewards are 37 for no loss. Kofi James is on 9. And Michael Louis on 28. Leeward Islands Hurricanes now leading in the game by 201.
And Pomal comes into the attack from the media center end. So perhaps we'll see these overs going by a lot quicker with the two spinners in operation.
Somebody needs to send a message to the scoreboard. They're still showing 21 overs remaining in the day's play.
I don't know if the official score is in communication with the scoreboard. Well, it does not seem so, and certainly a message needs to go out there. Of course, the scoreboard is a guide for the on-field umpires. And even for the fielding team.
Louis gets a single as he drives this one down to long off, brings the fielder off the boundary, and he goes on to 29. It's now 38 for no loss, the Leewards. Delivery down the leg side and helped on its way by James. He will get a boundary. 4 runs. And so he moves on now to 13. And the Leeward score to 42 for no loss.
So bad end to that over by Pomal. Started very well. In fact, just conceded a single from the second delivery of the over and then gave away 4 of the last delivery from a badly lined delivery. And there we go again, bowlers not being able to complete an over properly. Not being able to close out an over properly and giving away a boundary. Spinners of Carlisle have brought some sanity back to the proceedings, and they have slowed the scoring rate considerably.
Good shot. Pitched up to Mickey Louis, and he has been quick to seize upon these opportunities. And he pounced on it and played it straight back over the head of Adams, down to the straight boundary for 4. And so he moves to 33, and the Leewards are 46 for no loss.
Well, as if proven me wrong, the bowler Adams going right up in the half of the batsman Louis, and Louis capitalized, striking him down the ground for 4 runs.
I like the look of this Mickey Louis. He's very positive, very aggressive in his stroke play, but he also defends stoutly.
Yes, and he has an immense amount of patience, and he really selects well. Carried away, or was it there for?
It was there. It was outside the line of the leg stump.
Mid
And he
wicket?
was looking at the vacant mid-wicket position.
Yes. See him sending back mid on now. To long on. And now he is, in fact, he just puts him at square leg. Thought for one moment he was thinking in terms of placing the fielder into the mid-wicket region.
Good, sensible cricket. Just comes forward and strokes it down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. So he gets another run, does Louis. And he moves on to 14. The Leewards are 47 for no loss. What a difference a week makes, Earl. In the last game, this time, the Leewards were struggling.
Yes, and probably they prefer to play in good weather. Certainly, there has been a marked difference in the weather too. Last week Thursday was rained out completely.
47 for no loss, the Leewards, after 11 overs. We know it's after 5, but our duty is to bring you the game until the end. And so we are going to stay, and we'll make sure that they bring you every single over of the game.
So 11 overs completed. There should be another 8 overs left in the day's play, light permitting. And the light has held up over the last few days, so we do expect the light would be good enough to go right down to the wire. And of course, with the spinners in operation, there shouldn't be no issue in terms of dangerous bowling. And now we have seen the change on the board, so it has been now communicated to the scoreboard.
Good shot by Louis. Again brings the fielder off the long off boundary. So he'll get another single to take him on to 35. And the Leewards are 48 for no loss in the second inning.
I think they're a bit behind though with the number of overs. They have 10 completed. And scores are showing there. We're into the 12th over, which means that 11 overs are completed.
Promal, and this one is swept into the fielder at forward short leg, and he hit it firmly, and he's rolling around on the ground now. But we look at it again. He got the middle of the bat that time, Kofi James, and struck it really firmly. The good thing about it is that he saw it coming and he turned, but not enough. So I thought that it had hit his back, but it looks like more of his shoulder.
Probably his shoulder, somewhere in the close to the chest region. Yes, he certainly turned that. It was not head. And they fielded the normal forward short leg fielder for Guyana, Perez. Seems to be the one that had suffered that blow. He was struck firmly. And, thankfully, he was not struck above the face. Of course, he has the helmet on. He was not struck on the head.
And he's now getting the area iced as there's a lull in play, and so we can take you back. If you're joining us late, we remind you that the Leewards overnight were 299 for 6. And this morning, Jeremiah Louis was out caught by Anderson of Ali Mohammed for 11. Cornwall was bowled by Ali Mohammed for 54. Archibald was bowled by Thorne for 5. Doran was caught by Adams of Ali Mohammed for 1. Walsh was left not out on 20. And the Leewards folded for 352 from the overnight position of 299 for 6. The standout bowler for Guyana, Ali Mohammed, 19 overs and 5 balls, 2 maidens, and picked up 5 for 69. And then the Guyana team going into bat, Shandapal was caught at the wicket of Jeremiah Louis for no score. Perez was caught at the wicket of Jeremiah Louis for 18. At lunch, Guyana were 45 for 2. And then after lunch, Anderson was caught by Ward. And he made 10 runs. Nando was run out for 19. Savory was LBW to Jeremiah Louis for 5. Sinclair was caught by Andrew of Doran for 29. Ali Mohammed was caught by Michael Louis of Cornwall for 41. Adams was caught by Cornwall of Doran for 13. Permal was caught by Michael Louis of Doran for 34. Thorne was stumped of Doran for 14. Cardigan was left not out and not. There were 5 extras in the inning. And the standout bowlers for the Leewards, Doran picked up 4 for 40. And Jeremiah Louis picked up 3 for 42. A wicket each to Archibald and Cornwall. And then batting a second time around, the Leewards are 48 for no loss. Kofi James is on 13. And Michael Louis is on 35. And so I hope that that has brought you up to date with what has happened in this game so far.
Perez is back on his feet. And he's back at forward short leg. So, seem to have gotten over that blow. But perhaps later on this evening he might be feeling a bit of pain from that blow. It was struck hard and perhaps struck somewhere in the collarbone area. And but he seems to be a tough lad. He's back on his feet. He's at forward short leg still on crouches.
End of the over, 48 for no loss, the Leewards. Remember the lead on first innings by 164. Thorne 4 overs, none for 14, Cardogan. And there goes the scoreboard from the screen very quickly.
So we have had some 12 overs completed. Scoreboard still a bit off, showing 10, and I expect they would roll it over to 11 in a while.
Important number is 7 overs left in the day's play.
Yeah, they do have that one correct. They certainly do have that one correct, but overs bowled 12. But they do have the 7 correct, Carlisle, which is important.
Single to Louis to take him on to 36. And the Leewards move to 49 for no loss in the second inning.
It's important, yes, but it could be misleading for the umpires because 7 and 11 is 18, and we understand that the Leewards had 19 overs to bat, but I'm sure they'll get it sorted out at the end.
Well, Earl, I did my first game at Connery, and there's a scorer, a certain gentleman called Ambrose. And one of the first things he did was to come to the commentary booth and ask for a radio, because he wanted to be in communication. That way he could communicate with his scorers and find out exactly what's what, and he's a very efficient scorer.
Well, I'm a bit surprised that there are no radios around. I know normally scorers would have radios. They would be in contact, would be able to be in contact with the umpires.
50 for the Leewards, 50 for no loss, as Kofi James gets his 14th run.
And that's a very good start indeed. And speaking of scores, how is my good friend Trevor Parry doing?
I saw him recently, he's doing well.
Probably.
One of the best on paper.
Certainly. An appeal there. But umpire Danny remains unmoved from the fine. And we used to say, we used to have a thing about Trevor Parry, Carlisle. We used to say that Trevor could go downstairs for an over and come back up after that over and score every detail correctly.
Absolutely correct.
He was that good. But he stepped away from this scoring. Has quite a bit of records also. And if he's watching, I say good afternoon to my good friend Trevor.
Here is Permal to bowl from the media center end, and he's bowling to Kofi James. 6 overs left in the day's play, so we should be here for another half an hour.
Seems as though you might have to employ the armies out.
Kofi James just didn't bring that back foot across and steered it easily for the captain Anderson that slipped to take. And so he has gone back to the pavilion, Kofi James, having failed again.
Ideal opportunity for him to make some runs, but not.
See, the back foot went absolutely no place. Anchored to his crease, and he just lunged at it and steered it to the fielder at first slip. Very soft dismissal. Leewards are 50 for 1.
So Guyana enjoying their first breakthrough. And as you see Casey Carty going out there with just another 6 overs remaining. In fact, less than 6 overs, just 5 overs and 5 deliveries. He goes out there to partner Michael Louis.
Casey Carty has come to the crease. Guyana have 1 in the bag. The lead by the Leewards is 214.
Guyana, they're not giving Casey any easy singles. Yeah. 4 on the off in 1 saving position. And the onside is mid-on. Young Chandra Paul, a short mid-wicket, foul short leg, is also slipping place on the offside. So no easy runs for Casey. And Pomal to bowl in a good line and length, keeping it just on about off. And applying the pressure to Carty, who just got some 11 runs in the first innings. In fact, he's pushing up to cover. He can't score. But Carlisle, I never like to see captains allowing your batsmen to get off the mark quite easily.
I never like to see bowlers allowing batsmen to get runs, period.
Well, we know runs is part of the game. That would come.
Yeah, but you have to be miserly.
Yes, miserly. And you have to force batsmen to get runs off good deliveries. Not giving away runs.
Looks like a change in bowling from the far end. And that will be Sinclair.
So as the shadows lengthen, really winding down. Another 5 overs left in the day's play. Guyana, of course, would like to pick up another wicket or two before the end of the day's play.
Louis getting a full delivery and strokes it firmly down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary. And so he will move to 37. And the Leewards move on to 51 for 1. Tucked away in the onside, down to short fine leg. And Casey Carty opens his account. He's on 1, and the Leeward's 52 for 1.
Perez still at forward short leg. He seems to be the specialist in that position. And he must be lion-hearted. He's not flinching, even though he was struck in the previous over. That looks like the end of the day's play, Carlisle.
Well, if it is in fact the end of the day's play, then I may very well make my boat at 6 o'clock. But we'll tell you that the Leewards, having bowled out Guyana for 188, with Jeremiah Louis picking up 3 for 42, and Doran picking up 4 for 40, have gone to the end of the day's play at 52 for 1. 52 for 1, Michael Louis has set himself again. He's on 37. Casey Carty, his partner, is on 1. And so you add 52 to 164. And my maths tells me that the Leewards are ahead by 216 so far in the game. And so, Earl, a satisfying day's play by the Leewards?
Yes, very satisfying indeed. Ahead by some 216 runs with just 1 wicket down. And they're in a very good position to advance this game tomorrow.
So we'll just tell you quickly that the Leewards batting for 352 all out, 113 to Michael Louis, 77 to Hamilton, and 54 to Cornwall. And the wickets, main wicket taker for Guyana, Ali Mohammed picking up 5 for 69. And then the Guyana Happy Eagles batting a first time, 188 all out, 41 to Ali Mohammed. And he was the top scorer, 34 to Permal. And the wickets for the Leewards, Doran 4 for 40, and Jeremiah Louis 3 for 42. And batting a second time around, Leewards are 52 for 1, Michael Louis is on 37, Casey Carty is on 1, and so that's where we leave you. We'll be back with you tomorrow for day number 3 from Warner Park in St. Kitts.